Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Would you please join me as we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everybody. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Bill De La Pena is absent. Councilmember Engler.
Here.
Councilmember Jones.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Adam.
Here.
Mayor McCoy.
Present. Request for continuance of any public hearing or agenda item. Consent item 7G has been pulled to allow staff to reevaluate the project. Is that correct? Okay. Well, I'll move to the podium for special presentation. Is that good? Do I look official?
That's good. You got it.
All right. This is kind of nice. Looks good on your Well, good evening, everybody. We have a special presentation, but I got to get my uniform on here.
Excellent.
All right. So I didn't have a big enough head. I don't mean that ego-wise. I just meant I have a very large head.
For us. You can adjust.
Maybe both. No, it's all right. Don't bother. It already looks silly. We're going to have a special presentation. I'd like to read this tonight. We have a bit of a theme, so as you can tell by what I'm wearing, as all three involve our Public Works Department. Jay Spurgeon is here. He's our Public Works Director. And I'd also like to welcome Mary Joyce. Is she here?
Mary Joyce is here.
Come on. Mary Joyce from the City of Ventura and the National President-elect of the American Public Works Association. That's a mouthful. And you're going to present the city with AWPA's reaccreditation. So you want to take it from here?
Yes, thank
Welcome.
you, Mayor. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor McCoy and City Council members and City Manager Mr. Powers. It's an honor to be here tonight as the Interim Public Works Director for the City of Ventura, your partner and neighbor, and honored as the future President-elect of our National Association for American Public Works Associations. There's over 30,000 public works departments within our nation, and tonight we're excited to present the reaccreditation to the City of Thousand Oaks Public Works Department. It's a nationally recognized accreditation where your practices, policies, and procedures are compared against best management practices throughout the nation. And that's quite an honor because it is a lot of great work and efficiencies that for delivering your core services to your residents of the City of Thousand Oaks. The City of Thousand Oaks was accredited originally in 2010 and then reaccredited in 2014, and then now for your second reaccreditation and third time as a nationally accredited agency in 2019. It's an excellent and an outstanding accomplishment by your department. It's a lot of work, and in addition to delivering your services, really looking at and self-evaluating how you do your business and how you run your operations to keep your community and the quality of life safe and clean and wonderful for your residents. It's been, as a public works professional, it's been wonderful to work with your Public Works Director, Jay Spurgeon. He's a leader in our industry, as well as his amazing team, who you can see here, who Public Works are considered first responders, as I know that you have just responded with compassion and dedication for the safety of your community through the borderline shooting, as well as the Hill and Woolsey fire. I'm very proud of the services that you provided and that first response. As experienced in the Thomas Fire in the City of Ventura, we know that you are full and dedicated, and I commend you and thank you for all your dedication to your community. And so I do want to say that your City of Thousand Oaks Public Works Department is a perfect public works department because you achieved 100% compliance with your evaluation recently. So congratulations. So Thank you. I commend you, Jay, and your department for your continuous improvement for making the city of Thousand Oaks a beautiful place to live and work. Thank you. Congratulations, Jay. And there's your plaque.
Nice.
It's proof.
Want to take a picture with it? Where's the photographer? You can take a photo with it? Yeah. Okay. Not right now. I got it. All right. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you, Mayor.
Oh, I'll take a handshake.
We're going to be right here?
You're gonna need these. Yeah, don't go anywhere. I think there's more. But wait, there's more. Let's see. Our Public Works Department does incredible work for this city, dealing with everything from landscaping, graffiti removal, sustainability, and wastewater collection and treatment. Their work helps make Thousand Oaks the beautiful city that it is. For the past 31 years, the Public Works Department has hosted an open house at the Municipal Service Center in Newbury Park to highlight the services they provide to the city. They will host this year's open house event on May 21st and 22nd, and I strongly encourage everyone to plan to attend so they can see the great work our city staff is doing. Jay, in honor of the tremendous service the Public Works Department provides to the residents of Thousand Oaks, and in recognition of your upcoming open house on behalf of the City Council, I hereby proclaim the week of May 19th to the 25th, 2019 as National Public Works Week. So I got this for you.
Yes. Very nice. Thank you.
It's got my signature on that. That and $4 will get you a cup of coffee at Starbucks. Let's see. We had something else here. Was there something else? Did I miss it?
Yeah.
Let's do it because the
It's
notes are.
Tree City and Bee City.
Oh, well, it's not here. Let's do the, Garrett will discuss the
there
city's
he is.
participation in the Tree City, Bee City programs. Yeah, so take it from there. Where is he?
There he
Come
is.
on. Hey, buddy. How you doing? Good.
Thank you. So, good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'd like to take this opportunity to present you with two awards. First, our first award is for Tree City USA, which is presented by the Arbor Day Foundation. So, 21 years in a row is exemplary. It shows the city's dedication to our urban forest that's healthy, robust, and sustainable. Also, the second award I'd like to present is our Bee City USA. This is our second year consecutively that we've achieved this award. And what this shows is our environmental stewardship and leadership in the community. We're the first in our county and the seventh in California to achieve this. And what this does is it shows how that we've made a commitment to protecting pollinators, which have such a huge impact on our daily lives and the food that we eat. So I'd just like to take the opportunity to say thank you.
Thank you. That I was trying to figure out why we're all dressed in yellow, but it's the Bee City, right?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, let's take a picture. Come on up. Let's all get in there. Come on, everybody. Let's go. Yes, we're going up there.
Okay.
Should we move these? I kind of liked you in that yellow vest.
Thank you so much.
One last comment for Public Works, Jay. Jay, I just want to tell you, and I know the council speaks the same way. As long as I've been a council member, we haven't received a complaint that's reached our level. You guys are so proactive. That's a pretty amazing accomplishment, and I just wanted to say thanks for all you guys do.
You're welcome. It's our pleasure. Yes.
All right. Thanks, man. Well, folks, thanks for coming out tonight. Local government at its best, and I'm so appreciative of all the folks who want to come and share public comments. Tonight, we've got quite a few of them, and as is typical, when we have more than 20, we have to limit it to 2 minutes. If you had prepared 3, try to stay on the bullet points of what it is you want us to grasp, and we'll go from there. So we have public comments. So, City Clerk, would you announce that, please?
This is a time and place for public comments. A speaker card is available for those wishing to address the City Council regarding items on the agenda or on a subject within the city's jurisdiction. Speakers for public hearing items shall be called and heard during the public hearing. All remarks should be addressed to the City Council as a whole, and all documents for City Council and the official record should be presented to the City Clerk prior to speaking. Speakers are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. Under state law, public comment matters may not be considered by the council unless listed on the agenda, but may be referred to the city manager for administrative follow-up. We have 28 individuals that have presented cards, and pursuant to council standards, speakers are allowed 2 minutes, and the yellow light displays when you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before we announce the first speaker, I would like our city manager, Drew Powers, to share a little bit about update on 5G and some of the things we're working on.
All right. Thanks so much, Mayor McCoy. Imagine of the 28 speakers we have this evening will be consistent with what we've seen at some previous meetings regards to folks speaking on the issue of 5G. Just wanted to take a moment for those that are in the audience and sitting there and have some time and are interested in checking out some FAQs on this matter. We have a section on our website, toaks.org/wireless, where we have some continually updated, frequently asked questions there. Recognize this is an emotionally charged issue for many folks here. Just want to remind those that may be new here this evening that this issue, this item, this is not a city initiative, not a city priority, and certainly not something that the city is interested in seeing, a proliferation of cell towers. The city, like every other city in the country, is facing new law from the federal government. That law went into effect in January of this year. And so our city took action, like most other cities in the state of California, to put an urgency ordinance in place to try our very best to protect those individuals or our residents here from the impacts of this new legislation consistent with that law. And there are limitations associated with that. There are legal challenges, some of which the city is involved in right now in the Ninth Circuit, and we're tracking that on a daily basis. And to the extent that those legal challenges result in changes or modifications to this, then the city will certainly be incorporating those changes as reflected in the law when that comes about. So with that, just a quick update.
Thank you. Our first speaker tonight will be Kathy Noem, and then following Kathy will be Christy Warner. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Kathy Noem. I'm your city's bicycle coordinator, and happy Bike to Work Week. This is I'm here on behalf of the Conejo Valley Cyclists, who are sponsoring the 11th annual Ride of Silence tomorrow. It starts at 6 o'clock next door at the lakes. There will be a brief ceremony, and the ride starts at 6:30. The Ride of Silence is a worldwide event. It's held during National Bike Week, which is this week, and it honors cyclists who have been injured or killed while cycling on the public roads. This year, there's over 400 cities that will be hosting a ride. It's a slow-paced 10-mile ride. It's escorted by the Thousand Oaks Police Department. Everyone must wear a helmet and remain silent during the ride, which personally is a challenge for me. I hope you will consider riding tomorrow night, and please bring several of your friends or family, and I'm sure they'll have a great time. Thank you, and I'm going to ride home right now.
Woohoo! Thank you, Kathy. Next is Christy Warner, and then it'll be Lila Borowiak, I think.
She's with me. Okay, my posse's getting ready here.
Take your time.
Everybody ready? Come on up. Okay, good evening, Mayor McCoy, council members and viewing audience. My name is Christy Warner. I'm a proud Kiwanian. I'm an advisor to the Key Club at Westlake High School, and I'm the K-Kids advisor, which is a leadership service program at Weathersfield Elementary, but I'm also a Relay for Life volunteer. And the K-Kids have a service project they'd like to tell you about. See that?
And if you guys want to use the shorter mic, you can do that too.
Okay, go ahead. Go. Go ahead.
The American Cancer Society Relay for Life is a life-changing event that gives everyone in our community and those across the world a chance to celebrate the lives of people who have battled cancer, remembered loved ones lost, and fight back against the disease.
Okay, Luca, let's have you come right here. Here we go. Go.
On May 18th, 2019, Conejo Valley will come together for one purpose. There will be teams of people camping out or coming for the day to Conejo Creek Park to take turns walking or running around the track. Each team usually has someone on track at all times during the event. Relays are overnight events up to 24 hours long because cancer never sleeps. Our event will have music, food, fun, and themed laughs.
Hazel.
Camp out and enjoy a pancake breakfast from Kiwanis Club on Sunday morning.
Okay, Shiva.
Through Relay for Life, it's possible to continue the life-saving research and all of the education, advocacy, and service programs of the American Cancer Society.
Kelsey.
Did you know that the American Cancer Society has invested $4.6 billion in research since 1946 and have helped provide 4.5 million free nights of lodging for cancer patients and their caregivers who traveled for treatment since 1984? 7.6 million free rides to treatment given to cancer patients since 2005. Cancer deaths have declined 27% in the last 25 years. That means more than 1.3 million lives saved, thanks in part to our work. Kiwanis Kids Care is our relay team. We've raised money through restaurant nights and bracelet sales and donations from our friends and family, so we can do our part in the fight against cancer. So far, we raised $2,141. Yes. Join us as we celebrate survivors, raise funds, and make new friends. Together with your help, we can make a difference.
Okay.
5, 4, 3, 2. We make a difference, and so can you. Join our team or start one too. City of TO, we really need you. Kiwanis Kids Care will be there.
Yay.
Thank you.
All right, go hand them a bag. Everyone, just take the bag. Go. Okay. We have a little something for you guys, too.
All right.
Thank you, and I know we'll see several of you on Saturday. Thank you so much. Go.
Thank you.
Hand them out, guys. Go give them a bag. There you
Now,
go.
I know the kids went long, but if you can be that adorable and bring gifts.
Well, we used someone else's
Thank
time,
you
so we
very
got it.
much. What time
you
is
so
the
much.
Thank
ride?
you.
Is the
Good job. Thank you, dear.
ride
got 2
ready
more.
for Relay for Life? What time
All
is
right.
that?
Our next speaker is Lila. And after Lila will be Adam Haverstock. Thank you. Great job, girls. Oh, Lila did. Okay, thank you. Sorry. Adam Haverstock, you're up. And then following Adam will be Dr. Rebecca Tatum.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Adam Haverstock. I'm the Director of Government Affairs and Tourism at the Greater Conejo Valley Chamber of Commerce with an update for you this evening. Just a couple items for you. First and foremost, the Chamber's annual Mixpo event is going to be tomorrow night, May 15th. It is at a new venue, the Gardens at Los Robles Greens, the wonderful outdoor space over at Los Robles Greens. We have over 60 vendors, including 20 food and drink vendors. It's essentially, we're calling it a mini version of the Chamber's Taste of Conejo for only $10. So We're expecting over 250 people. It's always a really successful event, and it's basically our Chambers Mixer, but combined with a business expo component. So if you could be there, we'd love to have you. It is, it's only $5. $5 for chamber members and $15 for anybody else who would like to attend. So please come check it out tomorrow night at the Los Robles Greens Gardens at 5:30 p.m. Second, a couple updates about the tourism district. Really just a couple. This time of year is when all of our big events happen, and so the tourism district is a partner in a bunch of those big events. The first one is Oak Heart Country Music Festival, of course, coming up on June 1st. We are running a campaign in Los Angeles County to try and bring some visitors from out of the area into town to come to Oak Heart Country Music Festival. We are doing some targeted ads on Spotify, which is a music service, a streaming music service, targeting people that are fans of the artists, Big and Rich, which are the headliners. And then also we took some TV commercials and purchased some video on demand. And so we're hoping that's going to bring people into town for that concert. The other big one we're partnering with is Titanic Live. I know they came the other night and did a big presentation, so I'll save the whole story about the program. It'll be an amazing event at Cal Lutheran in the Roland Stadium. We are helping them purchase radio ads and TV commercials in the LA area, so we can also bring people from the greater LA region up to Conejo Valley to spend their tourism dollars here. And then finally, I wanted to, I'm getting over on time, I'll be real quick. Leadership Conejo graduation was on Friday, May 3rd. We had 28 graduates, 6 of which are from the city of Thousand Oaks. Joel Diaz, the Facility Division Supervisor, Ingrid Hardy, Assistant City Manager, Sherry Johnson, Public Works Office Supervisor, Rosie Ornelas, Economic Development Analyst, Ryan Roman, Assistant Analyst, and Tracy Stockton, the Office Supervisor of Library Administration. So congratulations to them. And thank you very much for the additional time.
Thanks, Adam. Next speaker is Dr. Rebecca Tatum, and then following Doctor will be Judy Bruce. Hello.
Hello, City Council. I've never done anything like this before.
You're doing great.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Well, I am Dr. Rebecca Tatum of Real Women Real Talk Radio. I also am an RN with advanced degrees, and I've had 21 years of scientific experience and medical experience. I am not speaking to you in those capacities. Instead, I'm just a human being tonight. Actually, a housewife, one of the most powerful positions in America, as far as I can see. Well, I just want to tell you a personal story about 5G. I have not been to church for a little while. My husband was recently placed on hospice for dementia. He could not speak a complete sentence or remember who I was for about 2 months, so it was time. He can still have about 18 months, so we are trying to make this fun and quality time. I am not ready to lose him. I do not want to be alone. So without anything to lose, I got us up early on Easter morning, Sunday, April 21st, and we went to the House of Destiny. We went to church where we have been watching them on TV. They received us so lovingly and asked us to stay to the end of service. When they pulled us up on stage in front of 250 people and the TV cameras on to declare John, my husband, would receive a miracle from God when we stayed to the end of that service. Thank God we had clean clothes on. Well, it was the most courageous thing I have ever seen a pastor do with his shiny platform. 3 hours later, my husband John started forming sentences. 30 hours later, he grabbed me by the hand and said, "Honey, things are going to get better." Imagine my joy. Suddenly, to be interrupted by the following Sunday on the way to church to tell them thank you, he was improving daily when we saw a large band of electric trucks, also cable trucks, at the front of our senior community, and fear hit me. Oh my God, they're putting in 5G. I was right. It is in stages, which they do in the dark of night and on Sunday mornings. There is a new cell tower in our town emitting, as I caught it on film. Small cells are installed in various stages on Rhino, Borchard, Newberry Road, Thousand Oaks Boulevard, Canaan, Moore Park, near Peach Hill Park. These are the places we go. There is a full 5G install complete on Newberry Road as we go to the doctor, and there are antenna on the 101 off the camera Rio Grade, which I caught on film, emitting. Within 3 days of exposure, my husband could not find his behind. Me, I felt stinging on my skin, dirty all the time. I can smell it and I can taste it. Metal, even before I knew it was possible to, and it torments me.
Dr.
A
Tatum,
few days-
you're going to need to wrap it up. We're a little bit
Okay.
over, please, dear.
A few days later, I felt more hopeless than I ever have. Now, you want to ask, you can sit there and ask, well, who cares about two old people? Well, there's a cell tower plant on the top of the hill where we live, 305 homes. Seniors trying to live, and they will not live well. The cell towers are installed in our parks where our kids play, and no one is going to escape the microwave radiation as they are installing the small cell and the antenna 500 feet apart. The antenna light up electric lines, and they emit 5G radiation.
Dr. Tatum, you got to wrap it up, please.
Okay. Well, I just want to say that the California Supreme Court recently ruled that each city has the right to police the health and safety of their communities.
Thank
and
you,
that is
Dr.
why I'm
Tatum.
here tonight to ask you. I am here fighting. Please fight for us. We do not need 5G in the United States'
Okay,
most
thank you, Dr.
idyllic
Tatum.
community.
Thank you. All right, we have Judy Bruce, and folks, please, let's try to stay to the time limit if you would. Judy Bruce, and then following Judy will be Nancy Smeets Tachenko.
Hello,
Hello.
Judy Bruce. Dr. Barry Trower was a radar specialist and medic. He is a specialist in nuclear atomic physics on the absorption of the far end of the microwave spectrum. He says microwave has been used by spies as a weapon to kill people and give cancer. He spent 11 years talking to spies involved in microwaves, and it is still used today for many countries. It is a stealth weapon that cannot be seen, it cannot be detected, and it's a good way to kill people. He became a specialist virtually to the world to explain why a weapon, a very successful weapon, is still used today in the 5G frequency. The wireless industry says it can also be a domestic, safe instrument for children to use, and of course, it cannot. That's why we are having brain tumors and the illnesses and birth defects. It is one massive cover-up. If it was one country attacking another country with this sort of death and suffering, it would be classed as genocide. So, in a sense, Thousand Oaks becomes the administrative arm of the federal government for genocide. So, you know, you're in a catch-22 if you're the government. You have all this information coming in that you can use to spy on people. You have the billions of money coming in, and yet you know it's going to cause more death and suffering than smoking and everything else. But it's worth it to the government. Because it is the most effective weapon, it is also the most effective Wi-Fi microwave frequency. So now we're giving pregnant women, children, whatever, the most effective weapon, and we're putting them up in schools for children to be exposed all the time. This is why we're having the rate of tumors and cancers, and there are at least 8 types of cancers now going haywire. And why this is why much of the world is taking legal action. So we recommend that you amend the ordinance with a brutally protective provisions. Thank you.
Nancy Smeets Tachenko, and then following Nancy will be Shawnee Harris. Hello.
Thank you. Hello. You started out tonight by saying to the public workers, Thousand Oaks, the beautiful city that it is. Well, let me tell you, 5G ain't beautiful. And Mr. Powers, I really appreciated your saying what you did prior to the meeting, and I hope it's not lip service. I hope that you really are sincere in what you say and not trying to just placate us. You know, a little while ago, I went and visited the arts and crafts homes, and they were really dark. It was really weird. And the docent said, yeah, back in the arts and crafts days, they thought that electricity was harmful. So it was very dark, and there were very few electric outlets. Well, interestingly, we did develop fluorescent lighting, which proved to be pretty bad for us. Mercury in the light bulbs proved to be pretty bad. We also thought smoking was good for us for a long time. The doctors would say, oh, it soothes your throat. People were taking radium for health. Their teeth were falling out. They were dying, but they were taking it. My point is, back then in the history of the United States, we had a choice. We didn't have to smoke. We didn't have to take radium. We didn't have to have electricity in our homes. The government is telling us we have to have 5G. The Chinese people right now, they're not standing in front of any city councils. We as Americans cherish this right to be before you now, to call all of our assembly people, our congressmen, the Senate, the president if need be. So our being here tonight, my specific intent is to beseech you and kind of implore you to protect us. I don't know if you've been on Canaan. It is like a dystopian War of the Worlds movie. Every single telephone pole, you guys, has the 5G on it. They're starting to paint them brown to sort of camouflage them. Blew my mind. So I believe we do have the power invested in us as American citizens and citizens of this beautiful city, as you stated, to do something about it. So please fight for us. Don't let this blight come to our beautiful, beautiful city of Thousand Oaks. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Nancy. Thank you, Nancy. Shawnee Harris, and then following Shawnee will be Susan Murata. Hello.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. I'm here to voice my opinion to oppose 5G, and I'd just like to echo what everybody has said before me. I appreciate your interest in exploring your options and doing what you have so far. I would also like to ask you to do, if there's anything more that you can do to oppose this, I'd like to support you and to let you know that you have a community here that does support you. And so thank you for everything and your time.
Shawnee, thank you, dear. Susan Murata, and then following Susan will be Elizabeth Barris. Hello.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, staff. I'm Susan Murata. I'm the Executive Director for Hospice of the Conejo. We're a nonprofit, non-medical volunteer hospice center
and you're
a grief
wonderful, by
support
the way.
center. Thank you so much. So we don't get any money from Medicare or insurance. We have to raise all of our funds privately and through grants, which is why I am here tonight to thank you for your continued and generous support through your social services grants. And I want to give you an example of how that money has made a difference. For several years, as you might be aware, we have provided a bilingual licensed therapist at Westminster Free Clinic. Thanks to the grant, you helped us start that program. And up until now, we've only had enough money to pay for one group. So that meant that children and adults were in the same group, and that's not ideal because obviously children and adults grieve differently. Plus, our therapist tells us that these people are suffering from all kinds of grief, not just the grief that follows the loss of a loved one, but they're dealing with domestic abuse and even rape. And so parents obviously don't want to discuss that in front of their kids. Kids don't want to discuss that in front of their parents, so it wasn't ideal. But again, thanks to your generous support, last year we were finally able to put enough funds together to have two groups. So now children are counseled separately from adults. So in 2017, when we only had one group, a total of 15 kids went through the program, went through the counseling. Last year, 108 kids got care through this program. So that's how your funding is making a difference, and we're extremely grateful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Elizabeth Barris, and then we'll have William Lind. Hello.
Hello. As you can see from my card, I live in Topanga, and I just want to tell you this hat blocks microwave radiation. I've become electrosensitive due to my exposure to microwave radiation, and I'm just going to. This is a. This meter measures it. You have over 1,600 microwatts per meter squared in this room here. This shielding, this is metallic threaded shielding, it blocks it. I can show you really quick. Okay, so in the little interview I did, 35 microwatts was enough to kill a tree. You've got 1,600 in this room. I don't know where your infrastructure is, but I would just like to point out that the National Toxicology Program has now finished their 6-year, $25 million study showing 7 different types of cancers, statistically significant as well, and it's heart, brain, prostate, liver, pancreas, pituitary, and adrenal gland. And I believe there's some laws being violated in the state of California. Prop 65 mandates you must post notices when there's carcinogens in the presence of any, in a building. And we must start doing that in the city hall, in schools and everything if we're going to really continue with this farce here. But what really would be better would be not to expose people to this known carcinogen with clear evidence from our own National Toxicology Program, which is part of NIH, National Institute of Health, the highest scientific office in the United States of America. At the beginning of this meeting, you mentioned the pollinators. Bees are probably the most affected insect out there with microwave radiation, and of course, millimeter is even worse. And I want to show this to you. This is a study that my nonprofit helped fund and organize. And this is, we had 60 controls in 10 cases. And this is, according to their press release, this is what the United States military did when the Cuban embassy workers were exposed to a microwave attack. And it's called functional MRI, and it shows brain functionality as opposed to tumors in the brain, which is what MRI shows.
If you have a copy of that, you can leave it with us. Your time's up, but we'll take a look at it.
Oh, absolutely. So I'm going to leave this with you. That's my brain on the left. It shows my exposure during the MRI, and the control is on the right there.
Thank you.
And I just want to point out just a couple of other things.
Your time's up, dear. I'm sorry.
Okay, please honor the residents' request. It's very minimal. They love you. They just want you to honor their request, and we would love that too because we're going to do it in LA County.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you for that illustration. That was really insightful. So we have William Lind, and then next will be Sean Coyle. Hello.
Good evening. It's nice to be back. On March 6th, I was the first person to stand in front of you and warn that you need to take a tough stance on the oversight of 5G small cell towers and take every possible step to protect the residents of Thousand Oaks. You swore an oath to serve and protect the people that you represent. I begged you to take a look at the City of Petaluma ordinance and act in the best interest of all and exercise the maximum authority you have as a municipality. Now look at the position you are in, considering that you've been put on legal notice. Thousand Oaks Legal Counsel has brought on the city to a massive class action lawsuit when any of the following occur. The Ninth Circuit agrees that Interstate Commerce Clause does not allow FCC to mandate cell towers at the end of residential driveways. Any of the other cases, including one challenging the FCC's extrapolation of the 1996 Telecoms Act language as adjudicated as overreach under the 10th Amendment. Number 3, medicine finally bites the bullet and admits that hundreds of top scientists can't all be wrong. Number 4, the public finally realizes it's not a good idea to send our kids out on the streets irradiated by small cell towers. You need to wake up and put your constituents first. You took an oath to serve and not to be served, or force us to serve a special interest telecom industry that does not care about the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lynn. Sean Coyle, and then Bill Spangler. Hello.
Hey, good evening. My name is Sean Coyle. I live in Thousand Oaks. I'm one of the many people that have been bombarding you with emails against 5G. Thank you to Mr. Jones for sending a response. I was prepared to stand up here and spout a bunch of amazing facts and scientific research, but you've all beaten me to it, so thank you for that. I would just like to say that my family, my wife and I, we moved here from Ventura County years ago because we knew that Ventura County, specifically Thousand Oaks, was basically like the best place in the world to raise a family, and that's where we started. And we thought, in hearing all this 5G talk in this community, communities around the world, communities around the country, the state, hearing all the successful stories about communities that have fought back against this technology, not wanting it in their communities, we just assumed that Thousand Oaks would follow suit. And then to hear that maybe that's not the case was very disheartening to hear. I want to thank Mr. Powers for what he said earlier. It was encouraging, but also hearing that small cell towers are already going up in Newberry Park, parts of Thousand Oaks, out in Agora, that's not as encouraging to hear that there's still a chance, yet secretly overnight these things are going up. So we know that you have the power to do it. If other communities can fight back against it, so can Thousand Oaks, in echoing sentiments that we've heard all evening. Please do everything you can to keep Thousand Oaks safe and beautiful. Thank you.
Just really quickly, the mayor asked me to just, because we're going to insert just a little bit of fact as we move through some of these. There are no 5Gs in Thousand Oaks. We have not received any applications under the new small cell wireless ordinance.
No, they are not. They are not.
I, too, would like to speak about 5G. Can I get one of those hard hats to when I speak?
I gave mine away. I'm sorry.
Well, Mr. Mayor, council members, and extraordinary staff, my name is Bill Spangler, and I'm a resident for 36 years. I'm also a proud veteran, and when I took my oath as an Army officer, I pledged, among other things, to protect the innocent, even if the consequence was my own life. But I considered it an honor to fight for life, liberty, and the well-being of every American citizen. You have a decision to make. You have pledged to guard our well-being, health, and safety, as somebody has already mentioned. In the ordinance, it mentions that considerably. Yet, the things that are being done just don't seem to be enough, and they don't seem to be going fast enough. In fact, I believe you have lost some control. As somebody has mentioned, towers are going up. And what I'm told is telecoms are already installing and simply waiting for their antennas to be approved. I don't know if that's correct, but that's what I've been told. I can assure you that once more folks begin to learn about this situation could get ugly and it could go very fast. And I hope we can avoid that. I don't think you can seriously believe that people that would see towers and find out that those towers close to their residence can endanger their children and their grandchildren are not going to do anything. They will. Our community will. It's time this council steps up and does the right thing. Believe me, how you handle this will speak volumes about this council and how well you're thought of and how each member is received. Thank you so much.
Paige Nielsen, followed by Michael Ballman. Hello.
Hi there. So we did what you said. We met with Julia Brownlee and had a personal meeting. We went to Katie Hill's town hall meeting. I stood up and spoke about 5G, asking how she could help. I've been in contact with Henry Stern's office, and even though they really don't have a lot to say, the staff is helping. It's a concern of his. And my thought is we need to bring all our communities together. We have people here from getting bigger, different counties, LA, Ventura, Camarillo, and Malibu area. So instead of working separately, I think we should all try, as all the cities come together and fight this together to the FCC, joining our money together, our contacts, our resources. We're doing all the groundwork for you. We're here to help you. Just a 5G mask was at the Ripon County School. We've talked about that. More children, 4 children, 3 teachers, 2 preschoolers, and 2 kindergartners all have cancer from leukemia, brain, and that's one mask of a 5G cell tower. They protested it. They got it out. It's on the news right now. It's all over the place. In the Netherlands, 257 beautiful birds fell from the sky when they had a 5G mask across the park where all the birds are in these trees. They all fell from the sky. It's on video. I have it. It's public record, too. It was just tested. They turned it on, and all the birds fell, and the ducks went underwater. They didn't know what to do to escape the radiation. Then a herd of cows in Norway fell over and tipped over too when they turned on the 5G. It's all over the internet, and Dr. Trevor Marshall, who spoke here, keeps sending us articles. He couldn't be here tonight. So again, we have an amazing advisory team we put together for free to the city. We have doctors, scientists, RF engineers, building biologists that are certified. We have concerned parents. We have peer-reviewed studies and scientists. And tomorrow, the attorney that helped Israel fight and won against the government to remove all Wi-Fi from schools. She will be in this community. She's going to speak and do articles for us, not just editorials, but articles about facts. She wants to come here and speak to all of you, to do at Oaks Christian, at your churches. We need a place. We would love to, and we have her. She can help us how to do this for free as an attorney.
Okay.
Thank you.
Paige, thank you. And I had a chance to talk to Dr. Marshall, so that was helpful. Michael, you're up, and then next will be Julie Levine.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Good to be here. I'm a proud American. Raise your hand if you're a proud American along with me. Thank you. One of the great things about America, my friends, is that we have something called the Bill of Rights. I just wanted to share just the First Amendment, and I'm glad that the press is here tonight. Welcome. It says, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble as we are here, and to petition the government for redress of grievances. Okay, there, I'm finished reading. Have you ever thought why we have this Bill of Rights? Do you know what happened in the 1700s that allowed us as Americans actually to be called Americans and to have these rights that we cherish?
I know it very well. I teach it.
Yes, sir. And I also teach history at Redwood Middle School. Thank you very much, sir. So, the Revolutionary War. And in 1775, there was a shot fired in the small town of Lexington. There was a small group of people that lived in the town that were standing up against the British government. And the reason that they were doing it, my friends, is because there wasn't an army to protect them. There wasn't a United States government, and we were under the British. So it took a town and its brave people to stand up to the British. Of course, we know what happened. It started a war, but we're not looking to start a war here, my friends, with this 5G issue. But we're trying to say who is really responsible for our defense. Now, this council has stated before at a previous meeting that we should address the federal government and the FCC and so forth with our grievances. I beg to differ, my friends. I think that it should be you to be our defenders. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Julie Levine. I'm a social worker, university professor, and also I'm a legal observer with the National Lawyers Guild. I'm here tonight to let you know that I became electrically sensitive from scramblers while I was legally observing at the Occupy LA protests. The police were using scramblers equipment, which really made me quite ill. After that, the next year was when the smart meter program was unrolled, and that's when I became particularly sick. I had to sell my home. I took a $300,000 loss on the sale of my home. This has a huge impact on property values, the proliferation of this wireless radiation. Plane travel is now difficult. I live with a Faraday cage. I use all corded phones and everything else. It's very, very difficult. I'm now out on SSD, and I have a broken blood-brain barrier from the multiple concussions that I've experienced from 2 major accidents. People like me are even more sensitive, as are people with pacemakers, or as are people who have immune problems, et cetera. There are really a lack of places for people like me to live anymore. It's really a problem. The rollout of 5G is exponentially going to increase the amount of radiation in our environment. And in addition, it's not just the rollout, which we are seeing in the area, but it's also the satellites. You know, there's 5 different companies that are going to be putting 20,000 satellites up in the sky to beam, to leave no part of the planet uncovered with this radiation. And this is really problematic for people like me who are already suffering, and I know that I'm not alone. This technology, despite the very propagandized New York Times article, is actually totally untested. We do not have tests to show that 5G is safe, and I do not think that we can afford to take that risk simply because the telecommunications industry is telling us all to roll over.
Thank
So
you, Mrs.
I am participating in the National Day of Action Against 5G tomorrow. We will be tabling here at Lassen's, as well as in Westlake at Trader Joe's, as well as in Erewhon Market in Calabasas. We'll also be doing screenings. Please let us know. We'll let you know when they are, of a film that's also available on Netflix called 5G Apocalypse Extinction Event. It's a very, very compelling and scary film, but it's very important that we watch it.
Thank you.
I too urge that you
we're all-
amend the
time's up.
ordinance, and you can be a model for the country. Thank you so much.
We have Maren Lutz and then Ann Marquardt. Do you have that? Yeah, that's the. I'll take it. No, just go give it to her. Tell her.
Hello, good evening. I wanted to speak not only just to you, but really to the people who came out here
Could
today.
you speak into the microphone so we can
Right
hear you?
here?
Thank
Okay.
you. Yeah.
I wanted to speak, if I could, relating to the science of 5G technology. My background is in molecular biology and genetics, and I've worked in research, not only academic research at UCLA, but I've done private research for 20 years. And I can tell you, of everything I have studied, there is nothing that concerns me more than what is being rolled out here as 5G. Because it's no longer someone else's family or a friend who has cancer over here or a child who has a neurodevelopmental disability. Every one of us at some level is going to be affected by this technology. And mind you, this is not simply a technology so we can increase the speed at which we download information. That's a misnomer. So what we are doing is we are moving from what we've been under for 20 years, which is a gigahertz that goes up to 6 gigahertz in the last 20 years. And guess where they're moving in the next couple of months? They're moving to 23 gigahertz to 60 gigahertz, potentially by the end of this year. And as a researcher and as a scientist, what I can tell you that happens at 60 gigahertz, the oxygen molecules, the actual electrons that keep them together no longer can resonate. They are compromised by 60 gigahertz. Therefore, suffocation. There is no testing, not a single piece of information of testing on 5G. I'm a part of a group of people, I work alongside people who are part of the BioInitiative, which is something that the scientific community had to put together because nobody else did it. The WHO didn't do it. So they came together and they created this.
Ms. Lutz, you're going to have to bring it to a conclusion, please.
1,800 peer-reviewed articles. The science is there. It's time to take note.
Thank you. Ann Marcotte. And following Ann, folks, people won't be able to hear they're up next, so if you just clap, but just cut it off so we can let them hear their names. Following Ann will be Leslie Morava. Hello.
Hi, I'm Ann. I'm a 20-year resident of Thousand Oaks, and I'll just keep this short because everybody said some fabulous things. I really appreciate it. I'm not going to beat a dead horse. I'll let 5G do that. We need to make this a moral responsibility for all of us. We need the city to back this up, to make this a top priority, to protect its citizens. We have small children in this community that need our protection, and I request and I beseech you to do everything possible to guard this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Leslie Morava and then Janice Wise. Hello.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Thank you for letting us address this important issue tonight. We all love TO. It's a beautiful city. We raise our kids here. it's just a dream California town. People come to retire. We have our horses. Obviously, you know so much about this topic now. I really just encourage you all to model strong leadership and have a vision for the future, because there are going to be enormous problems whenever this and wherever 5G gets turned on. We already have examples internationally. Downtown Vienna, Austria, has turned on their 5G, and all over the web we have reports of spontaneous miscarriages, children's nose erupting in spontaneous nosebleeds, migraines, vision problems, burning eyes. There are literally people fleeing the city of Vienna. And there's even reports from San Francisco where individuals that have this hypersensitivity are experiencing nosebleeds and intense eye pain and having to leave San Francisco. So obviously we want to protect the citizens of Thousand Oaks and try to create an environment where maybe you're a refuge. You can actually attract more people as a symbol of a place that values its citizens and the health of our children and future generations. I think that, those of us, including myself, who are very symptomatic, we're the canaries, we're the messengers, we're the early warning signal, but 5G is so aggressive. It's been said up to 10,000 times stronger than what we're experiencing with 4G, that we're we're the squeaky wheel, but everyone's going to be affected. So I just hope we can have strong leadership here and really create a vision for the future. So thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. Janice Wise, and then Annalisa Spaia? Okay. Hello.
Good evening. It's nice to see you. I'm going to break up the flow a little bit. I have good news from Art Trek. We're having a ribbon cutting coming up, and we have new Conejo Cottontails. We have a new one at the Four Seasons in Westlake Village. If you haven't seen it yet, it's so beautiful, and I encourage you to go see it. And the Thousand Oaks Inn just purchased one also, which will be several months away. It's just starting with sketches. So if you haven't seen the new one, and if you want to come and see the other ones that have at the studio, you should come to our ribbon cutting. And we're having a ribbon cutting even though we've been in that space for almost 8 years, because the previous owners of the building gave it to us in December. So it's now our permanent home, and we'd like to share that with everyone in the community. You've been so supportive of Art Trek all along, and we would love to have you come out for this special occasion. And that's on May 23rd at 4:30. All of you are invited too.
Thank you. Annalisa, and then Mike King. Thanks for hustling.
Yeah, I know. Is the clock ticking? Good evening, Mayor McCoy and council members. I'm so happy to be here today. I'm fortunate enough to have family and friends around me that are smart people, attorneys and scientists, but I'm not going to talk to you about the legal issues or the scientific part, because you've had some great testimony here tonight. I think there's something far more important than all of that, and that is that 5G has adverse effects on human health, and we need to think about what I've heard people talking about, which is this compromise. So I pulled this from The Nation magazine, an article in 2018. The Internet of Things, this is quote, "The Internet of Things will require augmenting today's 4G technology with 5G, thus massively increasing the generation's population's exposure to radiation," according to a petition signed by 236 scientists worldwide who have published more than 2,000 peer-reviewed studies and represent a significant portion of the credentialed scientists in the radiation research field. There aren't that many. This number here, 236, is a lot of scientists. According to Joel Moskovitz, the director of Center for Family and Community Health at the University of California, Berkeley, who helped circulate this petition, nevertheless, the cell phone's 5G technology is on the verge of being introduced without pre-market safety testing. This, and I think the molecular biologist talked about this, is really criminal. We've had no testing, and they're just rolling it out. We don't matter. What we think doesn't matter. It's going to come, whether we like it or not. The World Health Organization classifies cell phone radiation as a possible carcinogen. We know that. There are dozens of lawsuits outstanding against wireless companies demanding a total of $1.9 billion in damages, and some judges have affirmed such lawsuits, including a Superior Court judge in Italy who refused to allow industry-funded research as evidence. In fact, Italy was one of the first countries that allowed independent studies on EMF effects as evidence, and the plaintiff, in fact, in that case, won against one of the biggest wireless providers in the world. It was won in the highest court in Italy and became a landmark case for more cases to come. And that's my point. There is no compromise. I don't believe that you can put these in the city and it's okay, but not in resident. It can be nowhere. It's death and disease for all of us. I'm not going to dine in an area that has 5G. I'm not moving my office to Thousand Oaks until I know where we stand. Okay?
Thank you. Mike King and Madeline Altman. Hello.
Hi, my name's Mike King, and I've been in the community for 30 years, and I'm speaking on 5G. And everyone else kind of took all my points, so I thought I'd sing. Actually, I won't do that. But the 5G, I'm concerned. I actually measured from the light pole to my house and where my kids sleep, and it's around 30 to 40 feet. So that's a major concern to me. I think that everyone here, as stated before, is going to be affected in some way. But having, you wouldn't put your Wi-Fi router next to your head or near you, and that's pretty much what this is going to do. So the problem is, there's no opt-out for 5G. We're all in this together. And we are bioelectric. Our bodies are bioelectric, and this EMF does interfere with that, and 5G will do even more. And I just hope you guys will do the right thing, and I'm sure you will. You're all outstanding servants, and I thank you for your service.
Thank you, Mike. After Madeline will be Carol Tessetta.
Good evening.
Hello.
Hi, good evening. Hi, my name is Dr. Madeline Altman. I've been a chiropractic physician and a licensed in X-ray technology and a supervisor, along with certificates in research and laser. So when this started coming up and people start telling me about this, these are fabulous people. I've been listening to the same as you. And when I'm in the community and we hear people complaining about the 4G and the radiation and the 3G, and we could see cancer going into their brain, and now we're talking about microwaving radiation into their homes and into their bodies, I guarantee this is a destination for catastrophe. And I thank you for all talking so much more positive this week than a few weeks ago, where we really weren't getting any of your support, and I'm glad you guys have been researching this. Microwave, as we know, we don't put any metal into the microwave. So as you know, we all have metal in our teeth. Vaccinations, which have aluminum, do not go out of the body. It goes into the brain and the bones. So these are things, when we have microwave and it's going to be hitting the bodies, people are going to be getting the radiation going to the metals, which are going to be the brains and the bones and some of the organs. If you want to know aesthetically what this looks like when people are sick, it is not good, okay? If this is anything that we could talk about as far as aesthetics in our community and the cell towers and whatever the FCC lets us talk about, let's talk about sick people and how that affects us and what that looks like. I think that there's some question, obviously, about what these things are going up in my neighborhood, because they are 5G towers, is what everybody's saying, and we look them up, they look like that. So I think that's very interesting for us to determine exactly what is going up and what you're aware of. I thank you all. I hope you will be brave and continue what you're doing in researches, and please stop this for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Altman. Carol, you're next. And then following Carol will be Stephanie Sellers-Adam. Hello.
Hi, Mayor McCoy and City Council. Thank you, all of us. Thank you, everyone. I'm a little nervous. Sorry, I'm not
That's
a public
okay.
speaker. I'm here because I feel like I don't have an option.
Well, you're doing great.
Yeah, I'm a medical researcher. I used to work at Amgen, but now I work out of my home. I'm a drug safety physician. I process serious adverse events every day. I work for a company that develops cancer drugs.
So I'm not an expert in 5G or I'm not a techie, but I know a little bit about experimentation. And I have to say, this is an experimentation. Senator Blumenthal, Connecticut senator in February, tried to get some safety information from the FCC and industry, and industry said, quote unquote, there are no industry-backed studies to my knowledge right now. Experimentation is something that is my work. I do it every day to see if an adverse event is related to the drug we're studying or to the patient's disease and such. We are experimenting on our children, on our fetuses, on our wildlife, and on ourselves by bringing out 5G. The Nuremberg Code of 1949 states, the voluntary consent of the human subject is absolutely essential. Many of you know what the Nuremberg Code is. For those who don't, it happened after World War II. Nazis were experimenting on people, including children. This is an experiment, it's unethical, and we will all take this to fight it. Thank you.
Thank you. After Stephanie will be Sid Schultz. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I spoke last night at the Simi Valley City Council, and I read this letter from Mayor Ned Davis from the city of Westlake Village. I'm going to read the portions of it because I don't have that much time. But I invite you, each and every one of you, to write a letter to Senator Feinstein, Senator Kamala Harris, and Congresswoman Julia Brownley. This is an excerpt from Mr. Davis's letter, or Mayor Davis's letter. The dictates of the report and order are of particular concern for the city of Westlake Village. We currently have a dozen full-time employees. Most of them have no role in the processing of application for wireless facilities. Further, Westlake Village is a planned community where great care and thoughtful design of infrastructure engineering, including burying utilities, is a hallmark. Quite simply, the wireless industry's interest in deploying this 5G bolt-on utility does not outweigh the interests of Westlake Village property owners and businesses that have invested heavily in our planned community, where aesthetics are achieved by engineering are of a paramount concern. In short, the report and order has caused a substantial outcry in our community. Westlake Village residents are extremely concerned about the adverse effect it has on our city and the country, and about the federal government's unwarranted encroachment upon local control. Our residents are voters, and they are acutely aware of the report and order that was accomplished administratively, not through the legislative process, and not with the express authorization from Congress. They consider it to be an ultra vires, grossly one-sided act by the FCC in favor of big business to the detriment of the general public. And as you may recall, in 2017, Governor Brown vetoed the bill in the state of California, SB 746, that would have provided many of the same benefits to wireless providers at the expense of local government. Thus, the City of Westlake Village City Council requests that you introduce legislation to overturn the report and order in order to restore local government authority to control the use of public property and preserve community aesthetics. Respectfully yours, Ned E. Davis.
Thank
Westlake
you for reading
Manor.
that.
Thank you. I have a copy if you'd like.
I have it. Thank you. We have Sid Schultz and then Warren Wolf.
Oh, and I thank the city of Thousand Oaks for listening to me. In 2009, I was a stuntman for Universal Studios Hollywood. And now I'm a ball of mess. I have a tower 25 feet from my house in Camarillo. I have had every test possible. They can't find anything. They finally came to the conclusion with the 5G rolling out that I may be allergic to the EMF, and I am. My brain is gone. I have no memory. I've aged 15 years. I have arthritis in my hands and knees. I have urinary problems. I had 2 brain surgeries to remove trigeminal neuralgia, which is a suicide headache. You've got to do something about this. Everybody's going to look like me when 5G rolls out. It's up to you.
Thank you for sharing. Warren Wolf, and then Lee Lewis.
Hi, my name is Warren. I live in Thousand Oaks. There have been no independent peer-reviewed 5G rollout safety studies, period. For the federal, state, and local government to allow the telecom industry to move forward with their massive 5G implementation plan is no different than human experimentation without consent. There were laws put onto the books to prevent such human experimentation in light of the deplorable experiments performed by the Nazis and the eugenics experiments practiced in the United States in the late 19th and 20th century. However, for the sake of large corporate interests, our federal and state officials have failed to recognize this truth, being blinded by their greed. In the case of our city council, it seems like the primary reason for not taking action to block 5G is the fear of being sued by the telecom industry and possibly losing funding from the government. If you are not willing to take a stand to do what is right, defend the weak, defend the Constitution, and defend freedom, then why did you run for office? If 5G is unsafe for even a small percentage of the population, then it's unethical and deplorable to support this rollout without giving them the ability to opt out. But how can they opt out with a 5G cell on the streetlight outside their home? We cannot fall into the abyss of situational ethics and decide it's okay to sacrifice a percentage of the population for faster downloads, convenience, and self-driving cars. We are not guinea pigs. We are not lab rats. It's time for this city council to take a stand for our community on this important issue, even if it means going to court. Pass a moratorium or a much stricter ordinance, and if need be, let's have our day in court.
After Lee Lewis will be Robert D. Hey, Lee, how you doing?
All right, how are you, Rob?
Good.
Good to see you again.
You too.
Well, thank you, all of you. Anyway, I have an address in Thousand Oaks, and I live in Camarillo, and I want to give you a little background about me. I'm an engineer. I moved out here in 2011 from Beverly Hills for safety and security for my family, and I sure don't want to see it get compromised with 5G. So, anyway, my wife, in the process of coming out here 4.5, 5 years ago, we found out she had cancer. And we were blessed by it being slow-growing lymphoma that we were able to actually cure her with Ayurvedic medicine and QRA, the testing. So what I'm coming to is to say that I've had a little experience of recovery. And while we start talking about 4G, I'm using 3 different methods to protect myself from 4G. I've got geranium chips here, I take iodine, and I have Modafillin that I take every day to protect myself from 4G. There's a warning on your cell phone. Just dig into the legal aspect of it. It's very critical. So insanity, right? The definition of insanity is repeating something expecting a different result. We're going to continue going down this path for 5G? I asked our nutritionist, what can I do if we get 5G? He said, I don't know. He said, we'll have to test you when we get to that point. But the fact of the matter is there's so much evidence already showing that we don't want 5G. It's dangerous for our health. I recommend you look up Natural News, the 5G apocalypse. I recommend you know that Belgium has suspended implementation of 5G. Dr. Russell Blaylock is a neurosurgeon. He's the author of the Blaylock Wellness Report newsletter. And Dr. Nick, it's hard to pronounce his last name, Begich, HAARP, Tech to Control the Weather. So those are my comments, and please protect our community.
Thanks, Lee. And don't mind the clapping, but while they're speaking, it just takes from their time, so just keep that in mind. Robert D., and then Audrey Bruckner.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm not quite sure why I would prepare anything, because every time I hear everybody, I get fired up and go veer from my speech. But let me start by asking you a question. I've actually asked this through the years, and I'm shocked how few people actually know the answer. I've talked to politicians, I've spoke to doctors, lawyers, very high-level people, and they don't know the correct answer. The phrase separation of church and state, where does that appear Most people you ask, they say, oh, it's in our Constitution. It's the Declaration of Independence, the Bill of Rights.
Thomas Jefferson, Danbury, Connecticut.
Thank you. You're number 2 out of a couple
thank you.
hundred people I've asked. It's a letter, and by the way, you want to finish the statement? What did he actually say, and what did he actually mean? He said the
I'll
opposite.
answer it, but we're not supposed to talk during public comments.
Well, you chimed in. I'm just having a conversation.
I'll leave it alone.
He basically said that the government will never interfere with the church, and today the average person thinks it's vice versa, and it's in our declaration. Why do I bring that up? Because Joseph Goebbels was the chief propaganda minister for Adolf Hitler. He said if you tell a lie loud enough and long enough and repeat it, people will believe it. And this 5G, this wireless nightmare we're going through right now, that we're headed up to, there is a plethora of evidence of wireless technology. It's not even close. We have overwhelming evidence. People say, well, there's no Wi-Fi, there's no 5G specific. That's coming, and you're not going to want to know what happens when that comes. But it's at least 100 times stronger than 4G. And you've heard from some very articulate people that actually have very sensitive, they're already Wi-Fi sensitive. And there are going to be people that are affected. People don't even think about what happens when you have, from vaccines, from all the other things that happen when you have heavy metals in your body. What's going to happen if you have metal in your mouth? You ever try to see what happens if you put a piece of aluminum foil in a microwave? Interesting thought. So I bring this up. Why am I bringing this up? Because let me read a statement that I was going to finish with, because
you're going to have to do it kind of quick because you're out of time.
How much time do I have? Oh, sorry. Let me just tell you what Brock Chisholm, who's the director of the United Nations World Health Organization, said in 1991. He said, to achieve world government, it is necessary to remove from the minds of men the individualism, loyalty, family traditions, national patriotism, and religious dogmas. Interesting quote. Just something to think about. Thank you.
Thanks for your time. Audrey Bruckner, and then Mandy Jacob. Good evening.
Good evening, everybody. Well, I had a speech written up, but I'm not going to go through with that. I have something else to say, and I think that the elephant in the room, of course, is the FCC that is totally unconstitutional in what they're doing. And it's sort of like a case of the emperor's new clothes. And nobody is addressing the real problem, the real bully in the room. The other part that we might look at in the big picture, what if 5G came for humanity to unite and speak their truth against things like this, which we know are not right? Wouldn't that be amazing if we could all unite? There's more of us than there are people making these unjust laws. Think about it. We don't have to have a revolution. We can have a quiet strength that will overrule what they have in mind for us. We need to remember this is a global rollout. This is just not for Thousand Oaks. This is an agenda. That's all I have to say.
Thank you so much. Mandy Jacob, and then Wanda, how do you say your last name? I'm sorry? Calio. You'll be up after Mandy. Hello.
Hi, thanks for hearing me speak. We've been here for over 2 months and I've run out of things to say, and yet I'm still here. We've got unbelievable people talking about health. I never address the health, I always address the legal issues. And this is what I really wanted to say when I first started. I know the city is worried about being sued again by Verizon, and so we don't want to talk lawsuits, but really the legal counsel that you're getting is the counsel that you've got to make sure is really guarding you as the city council. I spoke about ADA liabilities. And I want to go back to that because now this is all, unfortunately for you, on public record. 3 times I have asked that EMF-sensitive people who are classified as people with disabilities be taken care of. I did it according to the ADA rule, 72 hours in advance. We spoke to the city clerk. They were very sweet. They had to go and speak to the city attorneys. Took them 2 or 3 days. They got back to us, and 2 times out of the 2 times, they have made no, they have not switched off the Wi-Fi. They have not done any accommodations for that. And as a result, you're seeing 4 or 5 people that are EMF sensitive, but I can promise you that there are at least 6 people that couldn't come tonight and the time before because no accommodations have been made. And you're bordering on discrimination. It's quite negligent, honestly. It actually, even in our ordinance, we have a thing where we have to look after ADA. We say that you're encouraged to have meaningful interactions in the process. I have papers of people just going, your city clerk saying, no, we've been advised by the attorney, there's nothing we can do. Okay, so those are 2 things you've really got to worry about. The other thing is that besides the people not being able to come, the people that are here tonight actually will be sick and in bed for 2 or 3 days because of the Wi-Fi. So this is a real issue, and this is something that the city is opening itself up to in terms of lawsuits. I see I'm out of time, but I basically just wanted to say it's on public records, and we just need an ordinance that will take insurance on the cell phone towers, because once that's done and you ask them for a $2 million insurance, the telecoms won't go for it because there's no such thing as reinsurance. Lords of London will not reinsure them because they know this is going to be the next asbestos problem.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Mandy, wait. Wanda, if you'll just wait a second, the attorney's going to respond to.
Okay.
Yes, for the council's information, we did receive a request for a reasonable accommodation under the ADA because of, I didn't know it was from you, but we received an inquiry regarding turning off the city's Wi-Fi. What was explained to them is many cities conduct their city council meetings and don't use wireless, and that's because we have hard copies of staff reports and our voting is done manually. That's not the way the city of Thousand Oaks operates the city council meetings. The city council meetings are completely paperless. They're entirely electronic. So if we turn off the Wi-Fi, then we're unable to have the votes taken electronically. We're unable to pull up our staff reports. So we were unable to do that. There are options for a person to go into another room, but unfortunately, Wi-Fi is in the entire city hall. I can't turn off Wi-Fi in a particular building.
Tracy, that's not our problem.
This
it's going to be
it's
a
not
city
a public
problem.
issue. She's just answering.
Right, so
okay, sorry. I didn't know I wasn't allowed to.
This is for the council.
I'm more worried about you.
This is for the council.
Right, so for the benefit of the council, we did try to find a solution for them. There is an opportunity if someone wants to come to city council and maybe sit in another room, their name can be called and they can come and then they can speak and then they can go back. We would have it televised. We have those options, but Wi-Fi is
Don't interrupt again, please.
Wi-Fi is in the entire building because that's the way Wi-Fi works, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you. Wanda's next. And then after Wanda will be Bruce Boyer.
Good evening, City Council.
Hello.
This is the 3rd time that I've been to the City Council meeting, and I've been in Thousand Oaks since April of 1968 in the city and the country, which it no longer is. And I just wanted you to be aware that my 2nd time here was when I opposed the cell towers going up on Westlake Boulevard with my neighbors. And they're up, and I just wanted to ask if those have ever been checked to see how many Gs are actually coming out of there. And my second question is, if any more of these cells go up, how much are they paying the city to rent our space and for us to take care of the poles and everything? So those questions. And I just wanted to, I'm sure you're aware that there is a 5 litigation case that is currently against the FCC, which would be a landmark case if it is resolved in favor of the City of San Jose. The case is in a 9th Circuit Court, City of San Jose versus the FCC. Check the status of this case from time to time. It is the responsibility of the city attorneys, more work, to keep watch on cases like this in the interest of serving their citizens. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your time. We have Bruce Boyer and then Paul Hubel.
Good evening. I'm Bruce Boyer from Chatsworth Lake Manor, and I'm a candidate for sheriff here in Ventura County. So I would like to address, first of all, the actions of the County Board of Supervisors in asking the city councils to give them cover for trying to take away our rights to have our shows at our fairgrounds. So the County Board of Supervisors would like to have a fair board that would discriminate and censor people who want to have events at our fairgrounds based on some standard of, well, if you're exhibiting something that isn't acceptable to the County Board of Supervisors, maybe you're going to talk about guns or the Second Amendment or a church meeting or whatever they want to come up with. So I'm asking this city council to take a firm stand for our freedom of speech and freedom of assembly, our right to hold our shows at our fairgrounds on any topic we wish. And to tell the Board of Supervisors to zip it, they are not here to censor these people at all. And you're not here to rubber stamp them trying to censor it. Second thing I would like to address, this city council has the authority for what is called a legislative subpoena. You can subpoena records. What I'd like you to look at subpoenaing is what actually happened at the borderline. 12 dead bodies. Now, I didn't say it, but the chief of police from Oxnard PD, and that's on the list, you can watch and listen to him state to his city council 2 Oxnard PD officers on duty inside when shots fired. How do we end up with 12 dead people? Then you can hear the appointed sheriff say there were 8 off-duty officers and deputies inside. Did they fire any shots where they aren't? Oh, press conference is over. There's a lot of dead people. We need some answers. Thank you.
Paul Hubel, you'll next. And then following Paul will be Linda Poor. Paul, you're up.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Paul Hubel. I'm a private investigator. I'm a former Chicago police officer. I'm here tonight on this borderline issue again. I appeared before you previously, and I talked about the cone of silence and secrecy surrounding the investigation of the borderline shooting. None of you have apparently lifted a finger to bring any sunshine into this matter, and I really find that unacceptable and disgraceful in the United States of America, where we don't have a secret government. One of the things that I want to tell you about that I learned, and that is that 20 minutes after the shooting began and the police officers responded, 20 minutes went by before another officer entered the borderline, and they found Sergeant Ron Helis non-responsive on the floor. That's on the radio traffic. I'm wondering what took 20 minutes to get inside the club, except for the heroic officer Helis. Those are questions we really want to ask, and they really deserve answers. And what I'm going to say here also is that I promise you, when it is time for re-election, this subject is going to come up again. And the question is, have you done your part to bring sunshine into this issue? These families have a right to know about the liability issue, specifically a lack of exits. People had to break out plate glass windows in the back of the club, and then in darkness, they had to jump on top of the broken glass, which was 15 feet straight down at a minimum, and then an incline from there, and some of them were terribly injured. The people, the families of these victims and the people who were injured have a right to have that information
Thank you, Paul. Your time's
public.
up. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you very much.
Linda Poor, and then Ellen Frank. Linda? Linda Poor, and then Ellen Frank.
Thank you. I'm a resident of the
Okay.
Thousand Oaks Westlake Village area for about 25 years. I've come to the meetings and I've been listening to everybody and what they've said, and I'm sure you have too. And I appreciate last week your explanation as to what your opinion is as far as the ordinance is concerned and how that would not be helpful or would be able to deter anything from happening as far as the FCC and the cell towers. What I'd like to try to point out is the fact that our Attorney General's office, where Harvey Becerra is the Attorney General up there, has lots of lawsuits that have been filed on behalf of the state of California, both state and federal lawsuits, against different things that have tried to come in and harm California. And what I'd like to recommend in order to try to help the city is that they contact the Attorney General's office. And one thing's nice about law, it's okay if you plagiarize. I mean, you can't do it in music because you get sued. But in law, you can copy lawsuits and make them into your own. And there have been lawsuits that have been filed against different government entities that have tried to come in and harm, like this 5G with the FCC. And I believe that if you call up there and you tell them what you're looking for, that they'll be able to find the lawsuit that you need in order to file against the FCC or Verizon or T-Mobile or whatever it is that is going to try to come in and hurt our community. And that's my suggestion.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Ellen Frank, and then Lorena Sarvanatari.
Hello again, and I want to thank everybody who came today, an amazing group of people and this intelligent people, well-educated people. There's another elephant in the room in my feeling, and that's a little elephant. And that little elephant is that we've come to you week after week with facts, both aesthetic, regarding real estate loss, regarding health effects, and for example, almost 2 weeks ago in the Acorn, the city manager said that you guys couldn't do anything, that we have to contact our federal officials. That's wholly inaccurate. And that can be clearly seen by the towns up north that have put a stay on 5G. And in the Ninth Circuit, a motion of stay of FCC 18133 is warranted. Relief may be possible. The orders may be eventually overturned. We believe there are substantial questions as to whether the FCC small cell order is valid and lawful. And there is also the anti-commandeering doctrine, which means that the federal government does not have the right to do what they're doing with 5G, to put it very simply. So you may want to look up the anti-commandeering doctrine. There are four, in 2018, and four other Supreme Court cases I'm going to cite. Prigg versus Pennsylvania, New York versus the United States, Prince versus the United States, and Independent Business versus Sebelius. So these are important law cases. But I also want to say some more things.
You have 6 seconds.
Pardon me?
You have 5 seconds.
Okay, really quickly, this is immoral to not fight this. The scientists estimate 35% of the population worldwide are EMF sensitive. Headaches, fatigue, malaise, brain fog, the list goes on and on. I work in the medical field, and I can tell you...
You have to wrap it up, please.
Gosh, I understand your position of having to be timely, but it's awfully convenient to give us 2 minutes instead of 3.
Lorena, you're next. Hello.
Good evening.
Good
Hello.
evening.
I almost feel like saying just ditto, ditto to everyone because they said whatever I needed to say, but I got a hold of some public records. And on these public records is chapter 1976, right? And it says that when you are gonna do something to the city, you have to let the citizens know. And as you have heard, many of people over here, they all said that the 5G antennas are being installed. And I look at a couple of pictures. I don't have any, unfortunately, to show you. And they are showing me on Thousands Boulevard and on the freeway, the antennas are up. Now, you haven't followed up with your duty to inform the city of what's going on. I mean, we all know because we go and look and see what's going on, and we want to protect ourselves. But there is a lot of people out there that nobody's speaking for them, and nobody's telling them. Now, together with that, it says in here that a public notice has to be put, and I found this, and this is not Thousand Oaks, but it's the city of Camarillo, where they are going to change the faucets, and they are telling their citizens that they are going to change the faucets, all right? So I think I'm kind of concerned about, our city attorney and also our city manager because they are ignoring us. They are not thinking about us. And that is a very big concern. Now, I was looking for some information, and I came across with Dr. Dietrich, but he is the leading alternative medicine doctor in the United States. And he quotes something that, and I will say this, probably pronounce it wrong, Vladimir Putin, the Russian, whatever he is, that he said, I don't have to have a war with the United States because with all their technology and their 5G, everyone is going to be brain dead. And that's quite sad.
Thank you. Vadim. Following Vadim will be Tanya Fox.
Good evening. Boy, what a speaker was before. Before we run to Russia, by the way, Putin offers now 4 acres of land for everybody who speaks Russian. That's the only condition. Far in Siberia, where there is no EMF. I just found out recently, by the way. But I have an offer to City Council. But before I spell out my offer, I'd like to read it quickly. Dr. Barry Trower is a world-renowned scientist with microwave and biological experience. He has many degrees, and his specialty is on absorption of a far end of microwave spectrum. He has a list of things that I like, but since I'm limited in time, I have only this to say. He said, everybody who puts Wi-Fi in your school should be locked up for life. On the other hand, he talks about animals, and he says, since everybody knows, many people know that I am a local beekeeper in Santa Monica Mountains for many years, he says that the animals are the most susceptible to radiation and the pollinating insects because of their size. We are now finding out that countries that, I have an offer. I will donate 5 beehives at their prime, with brood, with everything. And since my Italian queens lay up to 2,000 eggs a day, we can make experiment and see what's going on with my beehives if we place them near to 4G towers. And then, let me tell you, nowadays, beehives, some of my clients are present in this room, and they know how expensive the beehives. Just the hardware itself costs $400 or $500, but the bees and everything it's $1,000. So we're talking at least $5,000 donation from me, from my family, wife and 6 children, and I'm willing to sacrifice that because I don't want to experiment on people. I want to experiment on the bees. And it's a much more gentle experiment than on the people. So please help me out. Have an agriculture commissioner present with a specialist. We can evaluate the health of my hives and go for it. That's the practical application I can do because before I run to Siberia, I guess that's my last move. Thank you.
Thank you, buddy. Vadim is one of your clients. I commend you on your beekeeping. You do a great job. Okay, well, that concludes our public speakers. We're going to take a 10-minute, what's that? Oh, yeah.
Thank you again for coming down. Before I give a couple just comments and response, I just want to, based on a couple of the comments, sometimes in hearings and settings like this, it can have the unfortunate tendency to become like it's a personal, like an us versus them. I've been in public service for over 20 years. The reason I'm here is because of all of you, because I care deeply about this community. I get up every single day trying to make this a great place to live. And none of us sitting here, Tracy, myself, any of the city council members, any of the staff, likes having legislation that strips local control. And that's an unfortunate reality in today's world. Whether it's the FCC, whether it's the Federal Aviation Agency, whether it's actions out of Sacramento, it's an increasing reality that all cities are having to face. Regardless of how you feel about this issue, it's sadly not in the purview of the Thousand Oaks City Council. They do not set federal telecommunications policy. And they do not govern, nor do they support 5G. This is not a city initiative. This is not a city focus. Some of the speakers tonight, you've mentioned other cities. Cities across the country are taking action as this city council did. And that action is working within the confines of the federal law to best protect you. The FCC set regulations, and cities across the country and across this county are taking action in order to be in accordance with that federal law. It affects, and the law is everywhere. It's in all of Ventura County, California, Colorado, North Carolina. The FCC sets the policy, they set the law, and that law governs every city in the United States. Unfortunately, I think there's a misperception that somehow this council has acted out of step or in support of the telecommunications industry. That is not the case. Please take the time to read our ordinance and read the FCC regulations on the matter. If you do, you'll see that the council has taken steps within the confines of those regulations to best protect our community. And I know Tracy will be happy to talk or sit down with any of you that have specific questions regarding that. You also see that our ordinance requires an application for small cell wireless facilities. We've heard some folks suggesting that there have been recent deployments in our community. I can assure you that since this council has acted, we've received no wireless applications. Those are public records, so I encourage you, if anyone would like to keep tabs on that, I'm sure members of the press that are here are going to do that. I know they've asked us that question as they've come in. We have yet to see some. We certainly do expect to see some. That being said, it doesn't mean that there are not wireless facilities in our community. They're all across the country. And those wireless facilities have been the subject of public hearings and items throughout the years here. I'm sure some of you have been involved in those various public hearings. That's an important note of what's changed. The reason the council had to take action to this is because the FCC laws removed the ability to begin having those hearings for every city in America, not just the city of Thousand Oaks. There are policies and laws that we are not fond of as a city, or whether they're state laws or federal laws, but unfortunately in a nation of laws, as a municipality, we don't get to choose which ones we follow. And until there are remedies, either at the federal level or through the courts, then we have a law that we have to adhere to. The city's ordinance, like most in the country, we provide the best protections that we can. We try to steer these away from residential areas. I encourage you to continue to channel your efforts and energy to the FCC. Our website has easy contact information for all of them. We're continuing to update that page at toaks.org/wireless. There are some small signs that your efforts are causing are leading to change. We have lobbyists that tracks this on a regular basis, and we're aware that members of Congress have begun to push back against the FCC in small ways, doing information requests. And so you need to keep that pressure up because, as I said last week, the unfortunate reality here is the remedy for the United States, for every city in this country, the remedy has to come from the federal government. They have set a law that they are the ones, or Congress are the ones that can change it. Thanks again for your respectful and, ma'am,
Folks,
it's not a
we're
back.
giving a response. Thank you. We're giving you a response. Thank you.
Drew?
We've given an hour and a half to public comments. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay.
And then our attorney will share too.
You know what? I really absolutely appreciate you coming down and telling your stories. I've heard every single one of them. I've been hearing them. Even when I wasn't here a couple weeks ago, I watched the city council meeting on our website. So I want to stay in tune with all of the concerns that residents have. I'm a cancer survivor. I understand the concerns and the health concerns. But I've also been a public servant for well more than 20 years. I love this city. I'm passionate about this city. During the fires, I spent 30 hours in the city, went home for 2 hours and came back. And I don't do that for a paycheck. I do that because of the pride I have in working for a great organization and providing public service to the residents, just as Drew does, just as the council does, just as all of the other employees at the city of Thousand Oaks. But when Drew is talking about what the law is, he's 100% accurate. The federal government, the state passes laws that we don't agree with. In fact, tonight we're considering an ordinance to allow marijuana deliveries in the city, even though the city expressly forbade it. And the reason why we have to do that is because the state passed a law that requires city to allow deliveries in their city, regardless of whether you want it or not. So the city is tasked with drafting an ordinance to try to regulate it and monitor it as much as possible for the benefit and the safety of the residents. State is doing that with respect to housing. There's legislation that's pending right now that's going to allow 4 units on every single family residence throughout every city in the state of California. Again, another example of them taking away local control. So the states and the federal government, they pass laws that we might not agree with. Just as I'm sure the city council has passed laws that you might not agree with, but the city expects you to follow those ordinances on keeping your front yard clean and not littering and so forth. We expect you to follow those laws, and the federal government and the state government expect us to follow those laws. I can't change what the federal government is requiring. It's no different than, for instance, if I was tasked or if I was asked to change the laws on DUIs, asking to lower the blood alcohol level. I can't do that because it's a state law, and I'm preempted and I'm legally prohibited, and it violates the rules of professional responsibility for me to draft a law that clearly violates state law. I can't pass a law that changes the IRS tax rates because I might not agree that the tax rates are appropriate for people who are low income. I can't do that. This is the same thing. There are health and safety concerns that are being raised, but from the legal perspective, it's no different than asking me to change the IRS tax rate or asking me to change DUI laws. It's the same thing. There are a couple of things that you should be aware of. A few people mentioned the fact that there are legal challenges going on, and there are legal challenges. Since it's a federal law, the challenges are in the federal court. And you've heard about a recent California Supreme Court case, the San Jose case. I want to be clear here. That case did not pertain to federal law. It only pertained to state law. And the holding in that case confirmed that cities have the ability to continue to consider aesthetics when it is considering wireless applications. It did not discuss nor consider health and safety concerns from RF emissions. And it did not consider any of the federal regulations that are being challenged in federal court today. The federal court challenge, though, which the city is a part of as part of the League of California Cities, is challenging the FCC order. Just last week, the court issued a briefing schedule, and the briefing schedule is basically deadlines when each party has to file a lot of paperwork and pleadings, basically setting forth their arguments as to why the order is either valid or not valid. So a briefing schedule has been set. In my conversations with the attorney, one of the attorneys who is on the case, he is advising me that he believes that a decision can come out early next year on this case. So they are actually expediting it. I've been told that the wireless companies have tried to delay the briefing schedule, but the courts have reneged on those and is allowing the case to go forward. I would encourage you, as Drew said, with respect to federal legislation, since this is federal legislation, I would encourage you to continue to talk to your federal legislators. It really is making a difference. Councilmember Bill De La Pena posted on her Facebook page a copy of the letter from the congressperson who is requesting information from the FCC, including reevaluation of RF emissions, particularly because of 5G implementation. The other thing I want you to understand with respect to the lawsuits that are being challenged right now is the lawsuits are challenging just the FCC order. They have nothing, unfortunately, to do with RF emissions, which is what most of you are concerned with. In 1996, the federal government, not the FCC, passed the Federal Telecommunications Act. It was in 1996 that the federal government completely usurped every city in the country from our ability to consider public health and safety concerns over RF emissions. This has been going on since 1996. It's not just 5G technology that cities can't consider health and safety. It's the existing technology. It's the older technology. Since 1996, the city of Thousand Oaks and every other city in the country has not been able to consider public health and safety concerns over RF emissions. So even if the lawsuit challenging the FCC order goes in our favor, it will not have an impact. It will not all of a sudden allow cities to consider health and safety impacts from RF emissions. The only way to challenge the concerns over health and safety from RF emissions is to change the federal law. That is the only way to do that. So again, as Drew has indicated, I encourage you to continue to contact your federal legislators. They are starting to listen based on the letter that's being presented to the FCC. The only other thing, again, I would say is that, as issues come up and as questions come up, we do update our FAQs on the city website. Drew's already talked about what it is, toaks.org/wireless. I encourage you to continue to look at it. There is a lot of information out there, but there's also a lot of inaccurate information. For example, as Drew has indicated, we have no 5G applications, we have no 5G facilities, either pending, submitted, or constructed in the city of Thousand Oaks. So again, I understand and I can completely appreciate the concerns that you all have, but as a judicial officer, as a legal officer, I don't have the legal ability to adopt a law that clearly violates federal law. That ability to change the law rests 100% with the federal government.
Thank you, Ms. Noonan. We're going to take a 10-minute break. Thanks, folks, for coming out, and we're working on it. Let's go. All right. All right. We will resume the meeting, and we will begin with agenda item 7, consent calendar. Any questions from the council? Do we have a motion? Al?
Yeah, I'll move the consent calendar, Mayor.
Excuse me, Councilmember Adam?
Yes, Mayor McCoy, I will move the consent calendar.
Madam Clerk, if you'd put the vote together. Thank you.
The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Agenda item 8, public hearing, municipal code amendment to modify existing regulations to cannabis deliveries and resolution to establish application process for cannabis testing. We have Melissa Hurtado, assistant to the city manager, and you'll be sharing, so welcome and take it over.
Thank you, Mayor McCoy and council members. I'm here alongside Patrick Eher, Assistant City Attorney, and Tim Cromarty, Senior Advisor with HDL Companies. Tonight we're discussing an amendment to the cannabis ordinance related to deliveries, as well as the application procedure for a testing laboratory. These are the only two cannabis-related items being discussed tonight. However, staff is planning to return to you after the summer recess with an update, which will include other cannabis-related developments. City Council historically maintained a ban on all cannabis activity. In 2016, after voters passed Proposition 64, the city was required to allow for personal use of cannabis and the ability to grow up to 6 plants for personal use. Under Prop 64, the city was able to continue its ban on commercial cannabis activities and chose to do so. Soon after Prop 64 passed, the city began conducting research and engaging residents on their attitudes toward cannabis. After nearly a year of research and public engagement, which included a public forum and a citywide survey, it became clear that the community showed a willingness to allow one medicinal cannabis facility in the city for local access. There was not much support for any other type of retail cannabis operations. In response, the city adopted an ordinance in November of 2017 to allow one medical cannabis retailer and one cannabis testing lab in the city with certain restrictions. After Prop 64 was passed, the state of California established regulatory oversight of cannabis by the Bureau of Cannabis Control, or BCC, the California Department of Public Health, and the California Department of Food and Agriculture. The Bureau of Cannabis Control specifically is responsible for regulating commercial cannabis licenses for retailers, distributors, micro-businesses, testing laboratories, and temporary cannabis events. On December 7th of 2017, the initial emergency regulations became effective for these agencies. It is important to note that the emergency regulations for the Bureau of Cannabis Control did not contain language for statewide delivery. On July 13, 2018, the state's cannabis licensing authorities published a notice of proposed rulemaking to transition emergency regulations towards a permanent regulatory structure. These rules became effective on January 16th of 2019. One key regulatory change was the inclusion of universal or statewide deliveries by the Bureau of Cannabis Control, which were not part of Prop 64. Under Section 5416D of Title 16 of the California Code of Regulations, the BCC now allows any state licensed retailers to deliver anywhere within the state of California, whether a city bans it or not. So retailers are allowed to deliver both recreational and medicinal cannabis to any jurisdiction in California. Several safety features, such as the vehicle being unmarked, the amount of product and cash the delivery person may have, and GPS tracking requirements were included with the regulations. The County of Santa Cruz and several cities, including Agoura Hills, have joined in a lawsuit against the BCC in response to this regulation. Tonight, staff is introducing an ordinance that will allow and regulate deliveries to be consistent with state law. If the lawsuit previously mentioned is successful or litigation is passed that reverses state-mandated delivery requirements, staff will return for your consideration on amending the ordinance to once again ban deliveries. The action taken by the BCC was addressed with City Council during the February cannabis update. Based on the new regulations, you asked staff to draft an ordinance amendment to regulate deliveries. Staff worked with HDL companies to draft an amendment that will regulate the deliveries while still following the new regulations. The ordinance amendment requires a permit from the dispensaries and access to a retailer's database for auditing purposes. Additionally, a 4% gross receipt tax is required per the local tax measure passed by voters in 2018. City staff is prepared to send notices to all dispensaries in the region, including Los Angeles and Santa Barbara counties, to notify them of the city's requirement for deliveries. The notifications will provide information on the city's requirements and how to obtain a permit. The second consideration tonight relates to testing laboratories. Last year, when the applications were being accepted for a dispensary and a testing laboratory, we did not have a successful applicant for the testing laboratory. Since that time, a number of interested parties have contacted the city in hopes of applying for this permit. The application period and process must be approved by City Council. The application process proposed tonight will allow applicants to submit applications between June 3rd and July 20th to undergo a 4-phase selection process that will be administered by HDL companies. Although this process is similar to last year's application process, there are minor adjustments since the focus is solely on the testing laboratory. The first phase is a review of the documentation submitted, verification of the location against the municipal code requirements, and the background check of the owners. Phase 2 focuses on the written application requirements. Applicants are ranked based on the criteria listed here. Those who receive an 80% or higher will move on to Phase 3. Phase 3 provides the applicants the opportunity to discuss their application through an interview process. Applicants are scored on the elements listed here. The scores from both phases 2 and 3 are combined to determine a final ranking. The top-ranked applicant will move on to Phase 4. During Phase 4, the top-ranked applicant is presented to City Council for final approval on the permit. So we have 2 recommendations tonight. First, amend Chapter 29 of Title V of the Thousand Oaks Municipal Code to add regulations for cannabis deliveries in response to adopted changes in state law to be read in title only, further reading be waived, and if no objection, introduce ordinance. And second, adopt a resolution approving the application process for cannabis testing laboratory. And we are available for questions.
And council, we have Patrick Heher, Assistant City Attorney, and also Tim Cromartie, Senior Advisor for HDL, to answer any questions you might have, as well as Melissa. So any questions from the council? Councilmember Bill De La Pena.
Thank you, Mayor McCoy. Quick question. Is this process any different from the first one that we had regarding the medicinal facility?
It's very similar. However, some of the elements in the scoring was changed just slightly because the focus is on a testing laboratory. So some of the requirements for a testing laboratory might be different for a retail facility. So the elements and the scoring numbers, if you will, are a little bit different, but it's very similar.
Okay,
One additional change, if I may, Mayor, is that we are going to have HDL do the majority of the heavy lifting for this evaluation. Last time we had HDL helping us, and then a lot of staff were also involved in the assessment. And the second major factor that's a little bit different is this time we're going to bring you the leading candidate as the recommendation. We're not going to bring a top 3 or a top 5. It's going to be at the end of the day, when we do the assessment, whoever is the leading candidate, just like a typical RFP, we bring you the leading proposal. And so that would be brought to you with a recommendation to accept that as the one laboratory.
Okay, so yeah, that is what I was getting at. So will we ever find out who the other interested parties or applicants are or were and how they scored?
Well, what happens with a typical RFP process is, and it's different than when you have it with a bid. So when you have a bid, right when the bids are open, You have a right to review the other bids that were given. When the RFP process is done, we actually wait until an actual contract is agreed to, or the city council approves a proposed agreement with the laboratory, if that's the leading applicant, if there is one. That way, we ensure that we have the benefit of negotiating and having a contract in place with that person. After that, parts of an application would be a public record, and they would be obviously given if requested. Sometimes when you have these type of applications, there are some private information or confidential information that we are able to redact. We did that similarly at the last time when we brought the applications in. There was a lot of redacted information from those applicants to ensure
Okay,
that
so we
some of the
learned
confidential information stayed confidential.
So we learned from the previous process to see what could be improved.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Engler?
Thank you, Mayor. In your presentation, you mentioned that deliveries are now available to everybody in the city, except those that are living close to schools and some other restrictions. Can you further flesh out what those restrictions are?
Well, it's clear that the ability to ban deliveries has been taken away. There are state statutes on the books right now that have to do with prohibiting either the use or possession of cannabis within 600 feet of schools. So those would be the zones that would be affected if, in fact, there are any restrictions about delivering in proximity to schools.
So those people who live near schools would not be able to have deliveries to their locations? Or?
That is not clear because the excuse me, the wording of the change in state regulations doesn't reflect any reference to those statutes at all. So if you are in proximity to a school, it appears as though deliveries can still take place because the current statutes prohibit commercial activity specifically within that 600 zone in relation to a school. They don't necessarily prevent possession in a private home. And I say that because although those statutes regarding possession and use within 600 feet of schools, that is a prohibition in state law. However, those same statutes have exemptions for residential homes within the 600-foot zone.
I may also add that one of the regulations that you have with deliveries is that you have to have a public address, and you are not allowed to do deliveries on public property. So this obviously is an attempt to avoid someone stopping at the corner, someone at a park, things of that nature that you again would connect with some illegal activity. So it must be a physical address. It can't be to a public property address. And so those are some of the ways that they have attempted to control this delivery process. Again, Melissa mentioned the lawsuit that's going on, and obviously that is challenging a lot of this new regulation, especially with the ban that we put in place earlier.
And then currently we do have an applicant for a dispensary. That's nothing what we're doing tonight affects that particular aspect of our...
That is correct. That is not on the agenda tonight.
Thank you.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Is there an age for young people that they have to be of a certain age to have access to cannabis, like alcohol?
For recreational use, it's age 21 and over. And for medicinal use, it's obviously anyone 21 or over can have access, but also anyone 18 or older who is in possession of either a physician's recommendation or a cannabis card issued by a government agency, in this case, most likely the county health department, which would administer it through the state program.
If we're talking about deliveries to people's homes, if someone just phones a deliverer, how does the deliverer know that the party is over 21?
Well, the delivery drivers are required by law to confirm the identity of the person who takes receipt of the goods.
In other words, they may not know when they leave for the destination of that house, but before they give it to the party in the house, they verify that the person is of a certain age. Is that it?
Yes, and they may have an ability, particularly if it's a purchase done via the internet or by phone, by credit card, they may have the ability to verify that the holder of the card is of legal age prior to the delivery being undertaken.
Do you see that there's more danger of a marijuana getting into the hands of minors than there would be if a person, say, were purchasing alcohol and had to go to a liquor store and show an ID?
Well, no. I think the dangers are the same as with alcohol because you have alcohol. Anytime you have a product in the home, there's going to be the chance that minors can get to it. If alcohol is in the home, then minors obviously can get to it just as they can try to acquire a fake ID and buy it commercially. But the fact that cannabis is now going to be in the homes, minors can potentially gain access to it. We have seen that, evidence of that in Colorado already with their legalization program.
But as far as the recipient at the door that receives the cannabis, he or she has to give evidence of being 21 or over. Is that
drivers are required to obtain that information or they cannot make the delivery.
Yeah, the reason I bring that up is my wife recently read an article about marijuana being particularly dangerous to teenagers when their brains are still forming. Not only can it become a habit that's harder to break if you start when you're young, but she read that there's medical evidence that there could be actually damage to a developing brain of a teenager. And I'm worried about this easy access of, calling somebody and bringing it to the house, of it getting into the hands of teenagers. That's worrying me.
Well, in part, that's a valid concern. In part, it's going to be based on how vigilant the adults in the home are about access to the product. The drivers are, however, required by law not to release the product and complete the delivery unless they can verify that the person taking delivery is legally able to receive the product. And in terms of juvenile use, yes, it is true that prolonged use, studies have shown that prolonged use by minors can affect brain development.
Yeah, well, I just hope those legal recipients do not share it with minors. I think that would be dangerous. Thank you.
And Councilmember Jones, just to build on that, and for the public that hasn't been tracking this issue closely, that was part of that amongst other concerns was the city council's thinking when they actually prohibited deliveries last year when they went through this and elected instead to go with one single medicinal dispensary. And when the Bureau of Cannabis Control stripped that ability away from cities, that's what's led us here tonight in not having that level of control anymore. So your concerns.
Well, I just think it's a dangerous situation if people can phone and get it delivered to the house. I just hope they're very vigilant in making sure there's a qualified person to receive it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. We don't have any public speakers at this time, so are there any further questions that the staff can respond to from the council?
I have a motion if you
would
take like.
it.
Is that okay?
Councilmember Adam.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I was here when we voted on this business in response to Prop 64. The City Council, after about a year of research and public input, voted to authorize one medicinal marijuana facility, and that was based primarily and solely on humanitarian concerns that sick people are able to get this cannabis if they needed it, and voted on one dispensary. One testing lab. We did vote against recreational sale of marijuana in the city of Thousand Oaks, and we voted against delivery as well, based on testimony from our police chief. However, this tide's always shifting when it comes to this cannabis business, and as we've heard tonight, the state has said that we must allow deliveries. So we adopted a pretty strict process, permitting, licensing, background driver checks. So we are going to have to allow the delivery aspect of it. And when we voted on the testing lab, no one stepped forward to actually start one, but it looks like we do have some interest now. And actually, that's rather encouraging. Our consultant, HDL, tells me that it's a good business with 15 to 20 high-paying jobs that could come from a testing facility, and so that might not be too bad at all to have one of those here in the city of Thousand Oaks. So I will move.
Councilmember Adam, I jumped ahead of myself here. We need to close the hearing first.
Uh-oh.
So I officially closed the hearing.
All right. Well, everything I just said continues to pertain. And what are we on here? Is this 8A? Yeah, I'll move the 2 points in 8A, the delivery and the process to pick a testing lab.
Councilmember Bilder LaPena?
Yes, thank you. I will, of course, support this. And again, this is yet another example where this is now a state agency, namely the board, the Cannabis Board, newly formed because of Proposition 64, is now telling cities what to do, and we have absolutely no control. First the FCC, now this board, and it goes on and on and on. And so we're voting for this or creating this begrudgingly. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, if you'll put the vote together.
Councilmember Adam, if you could state your vote, please.
Yes.
Councilmember Jones, if you could state your vote.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0, and I do have an ordinance title to read into the record. Ordinance amending Title 5, Chapter 29, Sections 5-29.01, 5-29.06, 5-29.07, 5-29.08, 5-29.09, 5-29.12, 5-29.18, 5-29.22, 5-29.24, 5-29.27, 5-29.34, and 5-29.35 of the Municipal Code of the City of Thousand Oaks regarding commercial cannabis and personal cannabis cultivation.
I'm bad luck. Now, how do I get back to the...
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Yeah, I did that. But
That brings us to item 8B, another public hearing. Community Development Block Grant Action Plan for 19 and 20, Social Service Funding, and Ventura County Home Consortium. And we have Peter Gilley, Deputy Community Development Director. Take it away.
Mayor, if I could just open the public hearing and then also state we do have 2 individuals that have presented speaker cards, and according to council standards, they will have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Peter?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the city's annual public hearing on the proposed use of CDBG funds from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. These funds are to be used to benefit lower income residents. The City of Thousand Oaks received an entitlement from HUD totaling approximately $593,000 for the 2019-2020 period. This is approximately a 2.2 increase from last year, 2.2% increase. In addition, we have about $277,000 available in prior year's funds, which is a grand total of about $870,000 that the council is able to allocate at this meeting. The recommended allocation of these funds are split between low-income housing rehabilitation, social services, and program administration. The bulk of the entitlement is recommended for housing rehab. These are physical improvements to existing housing for low-income residents. $250,000 is recommended for the Area Housing Authority to modernize the elevators at 2 senior low-income apartments, and $150,000 is recommended for many mansions to replace the roof at Richmond Terrace Apartments. The remaining rehab funds are targeted for mobile home parks, for Senior Alliance for Empowerment, or SAFE, and Habitat for Humanity proposing to do improvements to up to 21 mobile homes throughout the city. The next aspect to the action plan is in the area of social services. In addition to the 15% of the CDBG entitlement that the city can allocate towards social services, City Council provides up to $100,000 per year in addition for social services, bringing the total grant award for this year to about $186,000. The same programs funded last year are recommended to be funded in this year. And I can go into more detail on these programs if council has any questions on those. The last topic is about joining a home consortium. Home funds are provided by HUD for affordable housing projects. It's a highly competitive process in which applicants such as Area Housing Authority and many mansions apply and compete with projects statewide. County staff inquired with the larger cities in the county about the possibility of forming a home consortium to increase the amount of home funding that projects within the county are able to receive. If the cities of Thousand Oaks, Camarillo, Simi Valley, and Ventura, who have all expressed some interest in joining, do decide to join the home consortium, it's estimated that the county would receive approximately $1.3 million in home funding each year. Without the consortium, projects in the county would simply have to compete with the state, and there'd be no guarantee that the county would get any money. So joining the consortium would benefit local affordable housing providers, and since the county would manage the program, there would be no administrative cost to the city. So in conclusion, staff recommends council approve the CDB action plan, as well as adopt a resolution to join in the home consortium. And staff's available if you have any questions.
And the staff available is Lynn Oshida, Housing Coordinator. Council, you have any questions? Councilmember Jones?
You're mentioning the mobile home parks. Which mobile home parks are you speaking about here in Thousand Oaks?
So
I think you mentioned the ranch.
No, on the case of the mobile home parks, the two nonprofits are asking for funding, and then they will put out the opportunity for owners of mobile homes to apply. It's not specific to any particular mobile home park. Any of the parks in the city would be able to apply if they can show
So any
that.
of the parks would be eligible.
Exactly.
And who determines the need, or are they put on a priority list? Is that how it works?
It would be based on what the mobile home owner is able to show as their income and resources.
Are these all parks that are on rent control, or do you know?
So all the mobile home parks in Thousand Oaks are under rent control.
I see. And then, so the way that however many of these mobile homes you can work on and, rehabilitate or whatever the word is determined by somebody does an inventory then and sees what the need is? Is that how it works?
So these two programs are run by SAFE and Habitat for Humanity. They both have experience in running their programs. Both of these entities have an application process. They evaluate and review all the applications, and out of their review, they have so many homes that they have funds to rehab.
I remember that I was at a project once at the ranch. I think, Claudia, you were there too, when were they putting in a refrigerator or something? I don't remember what it was. But, I think that this is a great program, yes? Thank you.
Councilmember De La Pena?
I was just going to, thank you, Mayor McCoy. I was just going to say we did have representatives from SAFE here tonight, but they left after the 2-hour 5G meeting. And so, yes, SAFE and Habitat for Humanity, they focus, Mr. Jones, on mobile home parks, and the money used is not only for Ranch Mobile Home, but it is for all of the low-income areas. I mean, mobile homes are really, truly the only form of local income that we have at the moment, of which we have plenty. We have war veterans living in them, other individuals. So this is really for a very good cause.
Thank you, Councilmember. No other questions from council. We now have public comments or speaker time, excuse me. So we have George McGehee and Jacqueline Jimenez. Each have 5 minutes. Come on up. George, you're first. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor McCoy and council members. I'm George McGee. I'm the Housing Assets Director for the Area Housing Authority. Our Executive Director, Mike Nye, and our commissioners, and I would like to thank you for the opportunity to apply for the current year CDBG funds. And I would like to thank city staff, especially Lynn Oshida, for working closely with the Housing Authority on this application. As it was mentioned, our two properties are for the Florence Jan Senior Apartments, which is 64 units, and the Glen Oak Senior Apartments, which are 39 units. Florence Jan's was completed in 1983, and the Housing Authority purchased the Glen Oaks Apartments in 1997 to ensure the continued affordability of the project. Our intention is and was and continues to be to provide decent, safe, and affordable housing for the seniors of Thousand Oaks. The Florence Jan's and Glen Oaks Apartments serve the housing needs of low, very low, and extremely low income seniors. Our rents are low enough so that only approximately 30% of their incomes will go towards their rents in an area where you're paying sometimes up to 50% more. It's our commitment to the City of Thousand Oaks and the seniors to continue to maintain Florence Jan's and Glen Oaks Senior Apartments as part of the city's affordable property portfolio. And again, thank you for the opportunity to apply for the CDBG funds. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Jacqueline Jimenez. Thanks for coming out.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me address you. My name is Jacqueline Jimenez. I am the Home Repair Coordinator for Habitat for Humanity of Ventura County. And we just wanted to go ahead and thank you for the support and to answer your question about low-income homeowners in mobile home parks. Habitat for Humanity covers all mobile home parks. SAFE focuses on the senior because they are the Senior Alliance. So we work along with SAFE to get referrals from them, from anybody that they can't assist, and we also go ahead and distribute applications. We wanted to thank you for your support in the funds that we received for the 2018-2019 fiscal year. This last Saturday, we did an event called Women Build, and we empower women to go ahead and do home repairs, and we do it during the Mother's Day weekend to go ahead and get a group of women. They do bring their sons sometimes or their daughters, and they were able to go ahead and repair 7 homes in Ventura Villas and Ventura Estates, and 6 of those were funded by CDBG. So we look forward to working on some more homes for the 2019-2020 years, and please let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Staff responses, further questions of the staff from the council? Does not appear that we have any, so I close the hearing. Council discussion or a motion?
I'll move the recommended action.
Councilmember Bilda LaPena jumped you at that one.
Pardon me.
Councilmember?
Thank you, Mayor McCoy. I was going to move approval of the staff recommendations 1 through 4, was it? Yeah. Thank you.
We have a motion, but we have 2 other council members who want to share. Actually, 3. Councilmember Jones, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to make the motion.
Okay. Councilmember Engler?
Just a quick comment. I think given our affordable housing issues that we're facing in town to donate or to devote almost $750,000 to that. The cause here in town, I think, is very good, and I'm glad we're taking it.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Adam?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, community development block grants are to benefit lower income people, and that's exactly what this money's doing, whether it's the Area Housing Authority, many mansions, and particularly Senior Alliance for Empowerment and Habitat. They both decided to concentrate on mobile homes, which, as Claudia said, is one of our last bastions of affordable housing in the city of Thousand Oaks. And this fits actually nicely with one of our council priorities this year, that we encourage very low and low income housing. Now, we may not be building any new housing with this, but we will certainly be sustaining the bank of housing that we have now. So very important, and I see no reason why we shouldn't join the consortium and see if we can get part of that 1.3 million either. So I will support the motion.
Thank you, Councilmember. Madam Clerk, would you prepare the vote, please?
The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 9, Department Report. Resolution establishing the Thousand Oaks Arts and Cultural Roundtable to serve as an advisory committee to City Council on matters dealing with arts and cultural programs and activities in the community. And we have Jonathan Surratt, of Cultural Affairs Director. So take it away.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. We're here tonight to provide you with an update on the Cultural Affairs Commission. A little in the way of background. The Cultural Affairs Commission, or the CAC, was formed as a result of the recommendations of the Cultural Affairs Review Report in 2008. The review is intended to better define the city's role in supporting arts and cultural activities in the community and to streamline arts-related boards, commissions, and committees existing under the city's purview. One of the recommendations of that report was to dissolve the existing Civic Arts Plaza Board of Governors and the Thousand Oaks Arts Commission in order to create a single body. City Council approved of the recommendation, and in June 2010, the Cultural Affairs Commission was established as an advisory body to the City Council, with representatives of the Alliance for the Arts and the Friends of Civic Arts Plaza, as well as 8 commissioners recommended by the Ad Hoc Cultural Affairs Arts Review Committee, with all of the members being ratified and formally appointed by City Council. The Cultural Affairs Commission was tasked with the implementation of a number of Cultural Arts Review Report's recommendations, which were adopted by Council. These included reviewing donations of public art to the city, making recommendations on theater rates and policies, developing guidelines for becoming a resident company, and for becoming officially city-sponsored events. Also, the study of the renewal for the city's Percent for the Arts program and developing a cultural arts master plan for the city. Additionally, the Commission was tasked with making recommendations to City Council for the award of the city's Community Events Endowment Fund, or CEF, grants. The CAC was also given authority to appoint 5 commissioners to serve as the board of the Thousand Oaks Civic Arts Plaza Foundation, which was established to be the nonprofit presenting arm of the Bank of America Performing Arts Center. The Commission also engaged with the Cultural Affairs Department and provided input into the department's 5-year strategic plan. That strategic plan has led to our annual Pop-Up Arts and Music Festival in June, the establishment of a Community Arts Education Task Force, and the revival of the Excellence in the Arts Awards, which were spearheaded by members of the Commission. Since the CAC was established in 2010, they have completed the majority of the tasks which were assigned to them, including the recommendations of the Cultural Affairs Arts Review Report. They've completed those previous items which I've mentioned, with the exception of 2. The city's Percent for the Arts program was tied to public development, and the dissolution of redevelopment agencies has curtailed that program's viability. The development of a cultural arts master plan proved too expensive for the council to undertake, or for the commission to undertake, especially coming out of the recession. But the city council's recent commitment to include an arts and culture element as part of the general plan update will allow for a more cost-effective way to plan for the long-term future of the arts and culture in the community. Since the CAC was established in 2010, there have been several organizational changes which have led to a significant effect on the Cultural Affairs Commission's responsibilities. Recent examples of those include the Alliance for the Arts merger in May of 2017 with the Thousand Oaks Civic Arts Plaza Foundation in order to create TO Arts. This merger created an organization with an independent board of directors and eliminated the need for the 5 commissioners to serve on the foundation's board. In June of 2017, the Friends of Civic Arts Plaza, which had served to oversee the volunteer usher program, dissolved their organization formally, and as a result, staff have taken over the management of the volunteer usher program, and the Friends' seat on the Cultural Affairs Commission was eliminated. Most recently, in November of last year, the City Council approved the consolidation of the city grant programs under the newly formed Community Funding Review Committee. While this action improved consistency, independence, and efficiency for all of the grant programs, it removed the CAC's responsibility to administer the CEF grants. In response to these organizational changes, the CAC has sought to identify a renewed purpose, and for the better part of last year, over a period of approximately 8 months, several planning sessions were held with an external facilitator to identify and clarify the focus of the CAC. During these discussions, several of the commissioners discussed their desire to have a broader impact on the local arts community. This included deeper engagement, planning and presenting events, and providing feedback on arts education in schools. Although admirable, these goals exceed the purview of an advisory body and would be further hindered by limitations of financial and staffing resources of the Cultural Affairs Department. During this time, for a variety of reasons, several of the commissioners have stepped down from their seats. Others have decided not to seek reappointment at the conclusion of their terms, and of the 10 approved seats for the Cultural Affairs Commission, only 4 commissioners remain, one of whose term has already expired. Just as the Civic Arts Plaza Board of Governors and the Thousand Oaks Arts Commission were concluded in order to establish the CAC, and how the Alliance for the Arts and the Thousand Oaks Civic Arts Plaza Foundation merged into TO Arts, staff believes this is now the time for the next transition, with a new entity and a structure that can better address the future needs of the city's involvement in the arts and culture community. Staff is recommending the dissolution of the Cultural Affairs Commission and the establishment of an Arts and Culture Roundtable. This format is built upon the concept of the city serving as a convener, much as it has to establish the Community Arts Education Task Force, or as it served during the merger discussions between the Alliance and the Foundation. The roundtable format is based on a similar version of the city's business roundtable and has the purpose of providing a forum for discussion centered on common issues and solutions, the sharing of ideas, and to identify opportunities for collaboration. Staff is recommending an Arts and Culture Roundtable with 15 members to represent a mixed distribution of representatives from local arts organizations, local working artists, and arts educators within the community, all to be recommended for council appointment by the Ad Hoc Cultural Arts Review Committee. Each member would be appointed on 2-year staggered terms, and the body would meet bi-monthly. Cultural Affairs staff will continue to provide administrative support, but agenda topics, reports, and work plans to the City Council would be driven by the Arts and Culture Roundtable members. In advance of tonight's meeting, staff has met individually with each of the remaining commissioners to explain these recommendations and to discuss ways in which they can remain involved in the future of the arts and culture community. Although staff is recommending this change, we would like to share our gratitude for the dedicated time and service of the current and previous Cultural Affairs Commissioners, some of whom previously served on the Board of Governors and the Thousand Oaks Arts Commission as well. This concludes our report. Thank you for your time this evening. Cultural Affairs Director Barry McComb and I are available for your questions.
Thank you so much. Any questions from the council? Councilmember Engler?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Input from citizens is valued and needed. In terms of the new proposed committee, how do they bring their ideas forward? to us? Is it through staff, or how does it work?
Yes. So much as the other boards, commissions, and committees, the roundtable would meet, discuss their topics, and if they have an item to bring forth to City Council, they bring that to staff, and we draft a committee report and bring that to Council on their behalf.
Thank you.
Well, do we have a motion? Councilmember Bill de la Pena.
Move approval of staff recommendations.
I'm with you on that. Madam Clerk, will you prepare the vote?
The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you so much. Agenda item number 10, study session, proposed FY 2019-20 and FY 2020-21 operating budget study session. And we have Jamie Boscarino, Finance Director. Whenever you're ready, take it over.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor McCoy, City Council members. We're here tonight to discuss the preliminary fiscal year 2019-20 and fiscal year 2020-21 operating budget. I'm joined with Brent Sakida, Budget Officer, and department heads are also available for any questions. This is a lengthy presentation, but we have a $200+ million budget to review here tonight. Again, the purpose of tonight's presentation and operating budget study session is for a staff presentation to review the 2-year operating budget, have time for City Council member questions, and open up for public comments, and then present staff recommendations. The study session tonight is the 3rd study session of the biennial budget process for this year. We previously discussed the user fees as well as the CIP budget. The user fees were also adopted in April as part of a public hearing. The operating budget is actually 2 one-year budgets, one for fiscal year 2019-20 and one for fiscal year 2020-21. For the second budget year in a row, staff incorporated community engagement as part of the budget process. This has proven successful, and we won a national award for our budget engagement last year. We also ensured that funds were set aside during the budget process to work towards City Council's goals and priorities for fiscal year 2019-20. The operating budget process was kicked off in January with a citywide meeting to go over the budget process, the themes of the budget, and the general state of the city's finances to set the tone for departments to prepare their budget requests. Departments then prepared their budgets between January and March, when the finance budget team then met individually with each department to review their budget line by line. And there's thousands of accounts, so it was a lengthy process. Any increases over the current budget had to be justified by departments. Staff then met with the Finance Audit Committee on April 29th to review the preliminary budget and answer any questions. And tonight we're here for the study session. I want to take a minute to give a little background on the preliminary budget before we get into the numbers. As I mentioned, the city has a biennial budget process. So once every 2 years, we prepare 2 one-year budgets for City Council adoption. Each department is very involved. They review their projects, priorities, management initiatives, services, City Council priorities, and determining their budget requests. Finance staff works individually with each department to ensure the request is financially prudent and sustainable. This budget is structurally balanced, which means that ongoing revenues are sufficient to cover ongoing operating expenditures. Reserves in the general fund support CIP projects and any one-time initiatives. There is no increase to the citywide position count of 381 positions, although there are proposed realignment of existing budgeted vacant positions to better meet current and future needs. Based on City Council priorities for fiscal year 2019-20, there is one new program with funding proposed for homelessness efforts, as well as several major initiatives such as a new land management software system. The preliminary budget complies with all city financial and budget policies. Finally, staff once again did community budget engagement with the Your City, Your Priorities budget engagement campaign, which I'll now highlight for you. As mentioned, this is the second time that staff did a budget engagement process with the community during the development of the biennial budget. The first time 2 years ago, staff enlisted the help of a consultant to walk us through and develop the outreach process, the collateral material, and advertising. The main goal was to really help residents gain an understanding of municipal budgeting to provide budget education. This year, finance staff and CMO staff collaborated together to do the process entirely in-house. 3 goals were established. 1, to continue to help residents gain a basic understanding of the municipal budget process. 2, to put a face on the process by demonstrating how a few familiar projects and programs fit into the city's budget. And 3, to show how our high quality of life is connected to community engagement, fiscal responsibility, and smart project implementation. Here's an example of one of the visuals that were prepared as part of the outreach campaign, where we were attempting to show the city's budget at work in the community and how this abstract idea of the budget actually turns into something that they can see the end result of. This cycle, staff held 3 in-person pop-ups where staff went out into the community to have face-to-face discussions with residents. The 3 pop-up events this year were the Rotary Street Fair back in October, the Wellness Fest at the Goebel Center in January, and a farmer's market at the Oaks Mall in February. This resulted in over 1,000 face-to-face talks between staff and residents. CMO staff was active on various social media outlets such as Twitter, Facebook, Nextdoor, with over 20,000 social media engagements. There was a dedicated budget webpage on the city's website that had over 900 views, and there was an online poll that the public could participate in as well that had over 267 respondents. At the pop-up events, participants were invited to rank their top 3 priorities of City Council's top 10 priorities for fiscal year 2018-19. That, combined with the online poll, led to the top 3 priorities based on votes, as number 1 being homelessness, number 2, the Rams, and number 3, downtown. This, of course, is not a statistically valid survey, but does give an idea to staff as to where residents' top priorities lie. All in all, I would say this was a successful budget engagement process this year and gave staff the opportunity to get out into various events in areas of the city and have face-to-face conversations with the community. Now moving into the heart of the presentation tonight, the preliminary fiscal year 2019-20 and fiscal year 2020-21 operating budget. In preparation for the preliminary budget, there were several budget themes. Staff continued its long-standing focus on fiscal sustainability throughout the budget process, focusing not just on the 2-year budget, but 5 and 10 years down the road to ensure that the preliminary budget is fiscally sustainable and prudent in the long term. Modest revenue growth is anticipated over the next 2 years, with a decline in sales tax projected for the first year, fiscal year 2019-20, and a slight increase in the second year. Expenditure growth is projected to outpace revenue growth. In addition, with this being the longest recovery since a recession, projections are conservative in anticipation of a possible recession at some point during this 2-year budget cycle. With the fiscal year 2019-20 City Council goal setting in March, staff was able to ensure funding for top priorities, including homelessness. The People Strategy Initiative is continuing, with vacant budgeted positions being realigned to more adequately meet current and future needs and services. Technology is also continuing to advance at breathtaking speeds and revolutionize the way people work. Thus, there is funding set aside in the preliminary budget towards investment in technology. Of course, fiscal sustainability has been an ongoing priority for City Council and management. The city would not be in the financial position it is today if it hadn't had a longstanding focus on fiscal sustainability and a proactive approach to financial management. The first financial strategic plan was adopted in 2005 and has since gone through several revisions and updates and has really acted as a guiding force in the budget process and strategic decision making, with an update in 2012 to span the initial focus of the FSP on just the general fund to encompass all city funds, as they may have an impact on the general fund. Visioning 2064 was in 2014 and focused on the next 50 years of the city. And through that process came the Fiscal Sustainability Study in 2016, which went beyond the FSP and focusing not just on areas where staff anticipates challenges to occur in the future, but including revenue enhancement and expenditure reduction strategies, options as well. With some of the fiscal sustainability measures that have been taken over the past several years, from investing in streets and roads to shoring up the city's pensions, staff will be updating its financial strategic plan in the upcoming fiscal year. As I mentioned, the budget does not include any change to the total city position count of 381 positions or 489 total positions, including our police department. Since fiscal year 11-12, there have been 26 city positions that have been cut. And since all the way back in 2007, there have been over 100 positions. Any proposed changes to positions in the budget are a realignment of existing positions to better provide services to the residents and more efficiently and effectively function internally. The preliminary fiscal year 2019-20 citywide budget is over $212 million. The majority of the budget is in the city's general fund, water fund, and wastewater fund, as evidenced in the chart. The preliminary fiscal year 2020-21 citywide budget is $217.5 million, with the increase primarily in the water fund due to CIP projects. Viewing the preliminary budget by category, you can see the largest budget category is maintenance and operations, which is primarily comprised of enterprise fund budgets at almost 1/3 of the citywide budget. Salaries and benefits are next, with just over 1/4 of the citywide budget. On the flip side, debt service is the smallest percentage of the citywide budget, just $3.2 million, with $2 million of that to be paid off by fiscal year 22-23. The city has a very low debt per capita. For fiscal year 2020-21, the allocations by category are similar. As previously mentioned, City Council held its goal-setting meeting in March and set its goals and priorities for fiscal year 2019-20. The early meeting this year enabled staff to incorporate funding for the priorities in the preliminary budget. As mentioned, one of the top priorities for the upcoming year is homelessness and mental health. An existing vacant budgeted analyst position was realigned as a neighborhood and social services liaison position in order to focus staff time and resources on this priority. This position is in the Community Development Department and will work with various agencies, nonprofit groups, and the faith community to act as a liaison between these community partners. In addition, the police department requested the addition of a Chevy Tahoe vehicle to be assigned to the dedicated homelessness officer. City Council's top priority on public infrastructure included a specific request for a community borderline memorial to honor the victims of the tragedy. Staff is participating in the Borderline Memorial Committee made up of community leaders. $250,000 is set aside for a one-time grant to CRPD for a community memorial. City Council approved the sustainability plan for municipal operations in 2018. There were several action items as part of the plan, including the development of a climate action plan, energy monitoring of city facilities, and a solar feasibility study and plan. Funds have been set aside in the preliminary budget to begin or continue progress towards these action items and work towards City Council's environmental sustainability priority. As technology is continuing to greatly advance and impact how we provide services to the community and also how we work internally, a few of the initiatives to highlight include the new land management system for the Community Development Department. The existing system is about 30 years old, and despite being upgraded throughout the years, is outdated. Funding has been set aside to implement a new system that will provide for e-permitting, which will enable customers to submit their plans electronically. Staff will be able to review and mark up electronically and submit back to the customer. This will help to improve service delivery and streamline our services to the customer. Documents can be shared electronically between Community Development Department and the Public Works Department as well. In addition, an integrated library system project will lead to better integration with our point of sale system out at the library. It will lead to also better integration with the existing cataloging and will be more efficient for staff to carry out existing processes. On a citywide front, IT is continuing its efforts on utilizing Office 365, including such functions as OneNote and OneDrive, which have already led to efficiencies across departments, as well as expanding e-signatures with internal city forms to move away from paper and to digital copies. This is a very broad and general overview of the citywide budget for the upcoming 2 years. And now I'm going to focus on the general fund highlights. The city's general fund is its chief operating fund responsible for a wide variety of city services. This is a discretionary fund, so revenue can be utilized on any services and is not restricted. The preliminary budget is structurally balanced, thus ongoing operating revenues exceed ongoing operating expenditures. Expenditure growth is projected to outpace revenue growth during this budget cycle. As you can see, there is an operating surplus for each year in the preliminary budget in the amount of $3.3 million in fiscal year 1920 and $1.8 million in fiscal year 2021. The preliminary budget before you, thus, is tonight structurally balanced. There's no transfer to streets proposed, and the capital projects were before you at the study session in April, which included the CAP Campus Master Plan, for instance, which there are sufficient capital reserves set aside for. The past 5 years of actuals, current projections for this fiscal year 2018-19, and the preliminary budget for the next 2 years is shown on this chart. We're preliminary projecting that the general fund will experience an overall increase in fund balance for this current fiscal year 2018-19 of $2.8 million. This is an increase over the prior year's change in fund balance of $0.9 million. And although this is less than previous years before that, we did transfer $5.2 million in one-time outlay to support streets and roads. You can see over the previous 4 years, the city's general fund has increased fund balance by $34 million. Despite the growth, we haven't increased the position count. We've made significant one-time investments in the community over the past couple years, and we've made some strategic financial sustainability decisions. Although the preliminary budget does have use of fund balance, it is important to note that ongoing revenues exceed ongoing expenditures each year, and the use of fund balance is for capital projects in which we have reserves set aside to pay for. The preliminary general fund budget for fiscal year 2019-20 is $85.4 million. As you can see, the majority of the revenue is from 3 revenue sources: sales tax at over 1/3 of revenue, then property tax, and property tax in lieu, otherwise known as vehicle license fee revenue. The preliminary general fund fiscal year 2020-2021 budget is slightly higher at $87 million. Focusing on general fund revenue, I want to highlight sales tax with a projected decline in fiscal year 1920 of 1.6% and a small increase in the second year of 1.6%. This is something that we've been forecasting that we anticipated to see. With the decline in auto sales and the auto mall being the greatest source of sales tax revenue, our sales tax revenue is reflecting this decline. Property tax revenue, however, continues to see strong increases, with assessed valuations increasing and the median home price rising each year as well. We're anticipating a decline in licenses and permits revenue due to construction costs increasing and the interest rate market making it more expensive for loans. Franchise fees are flat, with increases in utilities and rubbish offset by declines in cable. Charges for current services, we're projecting an increase based on fiscal year 18-19 actuals, primarily due to budget for consulting services in the Community Development Department that are fully offset by revenues, which we didn't utilize in this current fiscal year. TOT revenues, our transient occupancy tax, is flat. We're not projecting any additional hotels being constructed during this next 2 years, so thus our revenue is anticipated to be flat. Use of money is flat based on a softening and conservative estimates in the economy. Other revenue fluctuates as it's based on variable revenue sources such as grants and unanticipated revenue. For instance, in fiscal year 17-18, we received $3.2 million from Edison as reimbursement for the undergrounding project on Teal Boulevard. And the transfers are essentially flat. So focusing a little on sales tax, as that's the city's largest revenue source. Here you can see how the 7 1/4 sales tax is divided. The state's general fund gets the largest share at 54%, with Ventura County Health and Welfare receiving another 22%. The city actually only receives 13% of the dollar. So a small portion of the sales tax paid in Thousand Oaks actually directly comes back to the city to be directly spent on city services. As of April 1st, 2019, there are 214 cities that have voter-approved transaction and use taxes or add-on sales taxes. of which there are 4 in the county currently, with rates varying from a half a cent add-on to a 1.5 cent add-on in Port Hueneme. Westlake and Agoura don't have city voter approved add-ons, but LA County has an add-on that's included in their rate, so their total rate is 9.5% as opposed to 7.25% in Thousand Oaks. The maximum total sales rate that a city can have is 10.25%. The 10-year sales tax revenue history is presented here in this chart. You can see the bottom in fiscal year 09-10 during the Great Recession of $21.5 million, and a pretty steady increase with some fluctuations here and there. But we're now at that flattening out point, which we have been anticipating and discussing recently. The decline projected in the first year to $30.5 million is primarily due to the decline in auto sales that I mentioned. There's also a continued switch from point-of-sale transactions at brick-and-mortar stores to online retailers or simply online in a store's website that negatively impacts our point-of-sales revenue as the revenue goes into the county pool and not directly to the city. Our neighboring cities are also growing their retail base, which drives shopping outside the city, with our biggest leakage being in the discount department stores, such as a Costco. In looking at the county pool allocation history that the city receives, you can see it was pretty consistent coming out of the recession and reached $3.9 million in calendar year 2018. We anticipate this trend to continue as online shopping explodes in popularity with sites such as Amazon, the convenience it provides, and the increasingly faster shipping times to receive your product. With the city only receiving a share of the county pool, this will continue impacting our growth in sales tax revenue. I mentioned the city's heavily reliance on auto sales and the impact that a decline in auto sales is having on our budget. This chart highlights how the city's share of autos and transportation sales tax revenue is almost 30% of total industries, while statewide the average is just over 15%. So although the decline in auto sales is being felt by cities throughout the state, it has a greater impact on our sales tax revenue than others due to the large share of our total sales. Switching now to property tax, the city actually incorporated without a general municipal property tax and now receives a very small share as evidenced by the property tax dollar. The bulk of the property tax from Thousand Oaks residents goes to schools, the county, fire district, and CRPD. The city's general fund receives only 4% of property tax revenue, while the library receives 2%. You can see in this graph that the increase in property tax revenue each year has been very consistent, with an average increase of 3 to 4% annually since fiscal year 10-11. This trend is anticipated to continue during this 2-year budget cycle, with assessed valuations continuing to increase and the median home price in the city at over $700,000 last year. Transient occupancy tax is projected to be flat this budget cycle, which is a trend we've experienced over the past several years, as you can see in the chart. With no new hotels being projected to open in the next 2 years, and new hotels that have opened and are under construction in neighboring cities, such as near the Camarillo outlets with construction of 2 hotels and a conference center, we're being conservative in our estimates. Moving on to general fund expenditures, preliminary budget for fiscal year 2019-20 is $87.4 million. The largest 2 expenditures are salaries and benefits at 40% of the budget and police contract costs at 36% of the budget. The preliminary budget for fiscal year 2020-2021 is slightly higher at $87.7 million. The majority of the increase for salaries and benefits in the first year from fiscal year 18-19 projections is due to the CalPERS increase based on the implementation of the Fresh Start program that City Council approved last summer. This increases our costs in the short term, which we knew, but it will decrease our costs long term with over $30 million savings in interest. Public safety increases are based on the contract rate increases, as well as maintenance and operations costs increasing. Maintenance and operations increases in the first year is due to a variety of factors, including an increase in insurance costs because of wildfires causing an increase in insurance costs statewide, increase in training costs with the hiring of new employees, and standard increases in utilities costs. Capital improvements is increasing in the first year due to proposed projects such as the Teal Boulevard streetscape improvements and roof renovations at various facilities. Transfers out is decreasing in the first year due to the transfer to streets no longer being included. So I mentioned the CalPERS Fresh Start program that's being implemented in fiscal year 1920, which will increase the city's pension payments as shown in the graph. You can see in the dark color the past several years the one-time additional payments the city has made towards the unfunded liability as salaries and benefits budget savings have been realized in an effort to further decrease the unfunded liability. I wanted to show the CalPERS employer rate chart to highlight how the actions taken by City Council last summer are projected to positively benefit the city in the next 15 years. If you'll remember, the Fresh Start program changed the amortization period of the unfunded liability from 30 years to 15 years, estimated to save over $30 million in interest costs, and resulting in the unfunded liability being paid off, projected in fiscal year 34-35, leaving just the normal cost payment starting in that fiscal year. That's the goal, and of course this depends on a variety of factors outside the city's control, such as how the market performs, but I want to emphasize the benefit and positive impact that that decision made. To recap the steps that have been taken towards strengthening the city's fiscal sustainability in light of pension costs, one-time additional payments have been made since fiscal year 14-15 in the amount of $5.7 million. The Fresh Start program was adopted last summer, again anticipated to save $30 million. And City Council also established the Pension Rate Stabilization Trust Fund with a $22.5 million set aside by the end of this month in a trust fund. This can act as a rainy day fund in the case of future economic downturn and can be used to pay the city's unfunded liability payments. These are actions that few cities in California have taken or can afford to take and continue to strengthen our fiscal sustainability. As mentioned, police contract costs are the second largest expenditure in the general fund. Police costs have varied over the past 10 years, with the most recent few years around a 4% increase, which is similar to the projected increases in the preliminary budget. We've shown this graph before, comparing police costs to sales tax revenue. You can see sales tax revenue in the early 2000s exceeded police costs by about $10 million. The gap started narrowing before the recession and then flipped during the recession for a couple of years. Coming out of the recession, the two were very close, and then with sales tax growing at a rate greater than police costs, the gap widened again. However, as mentioned, sales tax is projected to decline in the first year, while police costs are continuing to increase, and thus this will widen in the second year. Although this can be sustained in the current budget due to other increases in revenue such as property tax, this will be evaluated as part of the financial strategic plan update this next year. The general fund has consistently supported other funds, including paying for library debt, supporting library operations and capital, and more recently supporting the stormwater program and supporting open space. The support is proposed to continue during this budget cycle. So speaking of the library fund is primarily supported by property tax revenue to run both the Grant R. Brimhall Main Library and the Newbury Park Branch Library. The library fund preliminary budget is an increase in operating appropriations in comparison to projected fiscal year 18-19 actuals. However, when compared to the current fiscal year 18-19 adopted budget, is actually a decrease of over $300,000. The primary reason for the increase in preliminary budget over actuals is due to projected savings in salaries and benefits due to vacant positions, whereas the budget includes the department being fully staffed for the entire year. This is true across all funds. There are several CIP projects that are currently proposed, such as a remodel of the interior spaces of the libraries. The general fund support preliminary being proposed is approximately $700,000 in the first fiscal year and $800,000 in the second year. This is notable as the current budgeted transfer for fiscal year 18-19 is $1.7 million, and as you can see, we are actually projecting no general fund transfer again this year, which we didn't last year for the first time. Furthermore, the transfer proposed over the next 2 years is primarily to fund the capital projects that are proposed, and only a slight transfer for operations. Many changes that have been made, streamlining of processes, efficiencies made over the past several years have, again, emphasizing our long-term financial strategic planning, led to the library fund being able to fully support itself the past 2 years and be really close to doing so in the upcoming budget cycle. Other governmental funds include the city's Lighting and Landscaping Assessment District, Stormwater Fund, Streets Improvement Fund, and Capital Projects Fund, which I'll briefly discuss next. The Lighting Fund is responsible for the maintenance and operation of the city's traffic signal safety lighting and street lights. Revenue is primarily from the Lighting Special Assessment and General Fund or General Ad Valorem property tax. Revenue is projected to slightly increase, but the city is restricted by how much the special assessment can increase annually. Operating expenditures are preliminary budgeted to slightly increase as well due to increases in electricity costs. As discussed the CIP budget study session, there's currently a CIP project proposed to acquire the Edison-owned streetlights, as this would lead to a significant savings in maintenance costs charged by Edison. Staff is currently in discussions on that acquisition. That project is proposed in fiscal year 2021 and the next budget cycle. The fund does not have the cash to acquire the streetlights, and if the project were to proceed, staff would return to City Council and request a general fund loan to the fund to fund the acquisition to be paid back over a set period and interest rate to be determined. I focused on our fiscal sustainability efforts and long-term planning, and the Lighting Fund is a case in point. The fund was operating at a deficit and was identified as an area of focus as it was projected to begin requiring general fund support in fiscal year 15-16. As part of the fiscal sustainability study, changes were made, such as modifying the traffic signal maintenance contract. These changes resulted in the Lighting Fund moving into the black and setting aside fund balance over the past several years, with a projected fund balance this year of $1.1 million. This fund balance will be used to pay for CIP projects during this budget cycle. Operations-wise, the fund is structurally in balance, but after this budget, we'll need support to pay for future CIP projects. That is one of the reasons why staff is pursuing the streetlight acquisition. As I mentioned, this project is projected to decrease streetlight maintenance costs significantly. The city's Landscaping Assessment District Fund is responsible for the maintenance and improvement of landscaping throughout the landscaping assessment districts. Approximately 43% of parcels are in a landscape assessment district. Much as the Lighting Fund, the Landscaping Fund primarily receives revenue through special assessments and general ad valorem property tax revenue. The city is restricted in how much it can increase special assessment revenue annually, and this will be brought to City Council in the next month. Operating expenditures are preliminarily budgeted to increase due to water costs rising, salaries and benefits costs rising, and contract maintenance costs rising. The Landscaping Fund currently has sufficient fund balance to pay for the capital improvements, and the fund is structurally balanced. This is a fund that staff is developing strategies for the future and will be closely reviewed during the FSP process. The city's Stormwater Fund is responsible for the operation and maintenance of the city's stormwater program and compliance with the countywide NPDES permit. The two revenue sources are a countywide special assessment, which has not been increased since 1995, and any change in the rate would require action from the county. The other revenue source is sales of reclaimed water. As you can see, the general fund supports the stormwater program with the transfer preliminary budgeted at $600,000 each year. The ability to fund this program is not unique to Thousand Oaks and is a challenge that every city is dealing with. Staff stays abreast of grant opportunities and statewide regulatory discussion regarding stormwater programs. The city's Street Improvement Fund, which for the operating budget includes state and federal grants, has an estimated annual capital need to keep streets in their existing condition of $6.5 million. Revenue is from three main sources: gas tax, SB1, and TDA. As mentioned at the CIP study session, the preliminary budget does not propose any deferred maintenance, and streets are a high priority per the community attitude survey. Revenues are preliminary projected to increase in fiscal year 1920 due to grant revenue, and the CIP primarily includes the pavement maintenance program. I showed this graph at the CIP budget study session. Again, this graph just gives a good visual representation of the history of streets funding sources and requirements. And you can see based on the 2015 pavement management program that the required spending amount to keep the city's streets and roads in its current conditions is $6.5 million a year. In past years, the city had a variety of funding sources, including RDA funds, federal and state grant funding, and TDA funding. Legislation passed several years ago restricted TDA funding to be used on streets and roads only for those cities that had a population under 100,000, thus contributing to the gap in funding beginning in fiscal year 14-15. Based on legislation passed last year through Assemblywoman Irwin, Thousand Oaks received a carve-out, and starting this current fiscal year 15-18-19, we're able to utilize TDA funds again for streets and roads. The amount this year was $1 million. That, combined with our SB1 revenue, is projected to fully close the gap. However, we're updating our pavement management program, which has the potential to increase the $6.5 million figure in the future. The Capital Projects Fund is comprised primarily of developer fees. With the city at residential build-out and new developments, primarily infill and projects along Teal Boulevard, developer fee revenue has decreased and is not a significant revenue sources for CIP projects in the future. The new traffic impact fees were recently approved by City Council and will be used as a planning guide for future projects. Now on to the city's enterprise funds, which operate like a business in that they charge fees to support their operations. The city has 6 enterprise funds: the Water Fund, Wastewater Fund, Solid Waste Fund, Transportation Fund, Theaters Fund, and Golf Course Fund. The city's Water Fund is responsible for delivering water to approximately a third of the city, or over 16,000 customers. There are 2 other water purveyors in town that supply water to the rest of the city. Revenue is primarily from water sales and base charges. Preliminary operating revenues are flat. However, we're currently working with our rate consultants in analyzing how much water the city projects to purchase this year, along with Callega's cost increases to budget for the next 2 years. I anticipate that the fiscal year 2021 revenue amount will increase for the public hearing in June. Operating expenses are primarily due to increases in salaries and benefits and the purchase of water from Callega's. As discussed at the CIP study session, the Water Fund has many significant projects planned for the next 2 years, including reservoir maintenance and the Los Robles groundwater treatment project, of which grant revenue is anticipated to pay for a portion of the project. The Water Fund has been setting aside reserves over the past several years to fund the planned CIP projects. Staff is currently in process of updating the water financial plans and developing rates and will return this fall. The city's wastewater fund is responsible for the treatment of wastewater that flows through to the city's Hill Canyon wastewater treatment plant, which treats up to 10 million gallons per day and serves more than 37,000 accounts. Revenue is primarily from service charges. The preliminary budget includes a modest increase in operating revenues. Preliminary operating expenses are projected to increase based on an increase in salaries and benefits costs and increases in maintenance and operations. As discussed at the CIP study session, the wastewater fund has many significant projects planned for the next 2 years, including interceptor maintenance. Much like the water fund, the wastewater fund has been setting aside reserves over the past several years to fund the planned CIP projects. Staff is currently in process of updating the wastewater financial plan and developing rates, and will return this fall with the water. Debt service will decrease to $2 million annually, as one of the state water resources loans was paid off this fiscal year, and the wastewater lease revenue bonds were paid off as well. This leaves one outstanding state water resources loan that will be paid off in December 2022 during the next budget cycle, at which point the wastewater fund will be debt-free. Considering the value of the city's wastewater treatment plant and system, that's a major accomplishment. The city's solid waste fund is responsible for a variety of programs. This includes the recycling program, operation of the city's household hazardous waste facility, sustainability efforts, including the development of a climate action plan, community enhancement grant program, and Adopt a Highway. Revenues are primarily from commercial and residential recycling, landfill facilities, fees, and grants. The preliminary budget for the solid waste fund includes modest increases to operating revenues and operating expenses. No capital improvements are planned, and this is a status quo budget. The city's transportation fund is responsible for providing bus and dial-a-ride services throughout the city. In addition, the city is the designated operator for the East County Transit Alliance, as well as contracts with various other agencies to provide bus and dial-a-ride services. Revenues are primarily from state and federal sources. Various capital projects are proposed as part of the CIP budget and will not move forward without adequate grant funding. The city's transit program is required to meet fare box ratios of 20% for bus and 10% for dial-a-ride. Although that ratio has been met over the past several years, last fiscal year, the city had to support the transit program in the amount of $227,000 and is estimated at $370,000 for this fiscal year. Without program modifications and revenue enhancements, this support is projected to continue to be required in this upcoming budget cycle. Staff will be discussing strategies at the next City Council meeting to reduce the support that is required. In addition, long-term planning is continuing about the future of transit services in the county. The Transportation Fund is projected to increase revenues based on anticipated grants. Operating expenses are anticipated to increase based on an increase in the operating contract with MV Transportation, which will go before you at the next City Council meeting. As mentioned, staff will also be reviewing various strategies for the Transportation Fund to decrease costs and increase revenues. The Golf Course Fund is responsible for the operations and maintenance of the Los Robles Greens Golf Course and banquet facilities, and it is managed through an agreement with Arcus Golf. Due to the success of the banquet facilities, the golf course experienced record-setting food and beverage revenue last year, and the trend is continuing this year. The Golf Course Fund is preliminary budgeted to increase revenues each year. Although no specific capital projects have been proposed, there is a set-aside budget in case a major capital need arises. The golf course continues to pay back its loan from the general fund in the amount of $100,000 each year and is due to fully repay the general fund in 2024. The city's theater fund is responsible for the operations of the Fred Cavley Theater and the Janet and Ray Scher Forum. The Bank of America Civic Arts Plaza is celebrating its 25th anniversary this October. Just prior to the anniversary celebration, the Cavley Improvements Project will begin construction in August through September and is the first major renovation of the theater in 25 years. The theater's fund preliminary budget is anticipating to break even over the next 2 years. You can see last year there was a slight surplus, with this current year projected to be a slight deficit. This year's projections, however, are still early and are on the conservative end, so results could come back as a break even. I do want to mention that the Theaters Fund did waive fees for benefits, concerts, and events held and suffered some losses, which impacted the revenues this year based on the tragic events in November. In summary, I want to reiterate that the preliminary budget is structurally balanced and represents a fiscally sustainable spending plan for the next 2 years, despite expenditure growth projected to outpace revenue growth. We're aware of challenges in various programs and are currently working on strategies, including updating the entire financial strategic plan next year to project for the next 10 years and continue to be proactive in our fiscal management and focused on the long term. Looking forward, the budget calendar, the public hearing, if approved by City Council tonight, will be placed on the June 11th agenda, and the GAN limit staff report will go June 25th, which ensures we're complying with our statutory spending requirements. The new fiscal year and budget will then begin on July 1st. Thank you for bearing with me in this lengthy presentation. I wanted to ensure I provided adequate detail on the city's $200+ million operating budget, and staff is available if you have any questions.
Director Boscarino, I can say that that was a wonderful presentation. If John Adams had done that, we'd all be sound asleep. I'm sure he's watching, and I just wanted to add that. We have any questions from the council? Councilmember Bill de la Peña.
Thank you, Mayor McCoy. This was incredibly thorough and very well done, so thank you. Obviously, the budget has to be balanced, so when I'm looking at the layout here, the waste management contract, for example, I mean, how will that impact finances going forward when that comes up?
Are you talking about the hauler franchise?
The hauler, yes, thank you.
So the franchise revenue goes into the city's general fund. So it depends on what the outcome is of the new agreement on the impact in the general fund. I wouldn't anticipate a decline in the franchise fee revenue at all. If anything, an increase in the revenue to the general fund.
could it be that perhaps in the future, I mean, this is a conservative estimate, obviously, but I see that the hotel, the occupancy tax is flat. When do we anticipate to have that increase?
I know Hader, our economic development manager, is actively out there working with future potential hotel developments. And so we're working on that right now. I mean, there's nothing set in stone and no construction anticipated at this point. So that's why we're not projecting any revenue. But he's certainly out there working on that possibility.
And I can just add on to that, in that my discussions in working with Hader, we do have at least 2 areas that are actively in discussion for hotels. The challenge is at this stage, we would not anticipate them coming online and remitting TOT within our 2-year budget cycle.
And then the streetlights, what was the time frame for that?
So staff has already started discussions with Edison. The proposed acquisition is budgeted for the 2nd year, and the 3rd year, which is not part of this budget, but it's proposed for those 2 budget years.
Thank you.
Well, it doesn't look like we have any more questions from council. We have no. Oh, Councilmember Engler, you jumped in there.
Sorry, Mayor. I was a little slow on the draw. Thank you so much for a good presentation. As we move forward, you mentioned sales tax is likely to be flat into the future because of internet sales and that sort of thing. We have the Lowe's coming online. Is that going to have any significant increase in our sales tax, or is it going to remain as flat as that?
I like the new store manager. Great guy.
So the addition of Lowe's, I think now in the fall, it's already projected in that decline in the 1st year. You know, unfortunately, the projected revenue increase was not enough to offset the decline in auto sales and movement to the online sales. So it was originally supposed to be on earlier in the year, which is why we changed the revenue projections in the past week, since you saw it at the Finance Audit Committee. Or, sorry, you weren't at Finance Audit Committee, but since we projected to the Finance Audit Committee, because that date was pushed out to the fall, that decreased our sales tax revenue projection slightly for the 1st year. But they are anticipating the Lowe's coming on in fall. Our sales tax consultant works very closely with us. We give them anticipated new openings of retails and restaurants and closures as well, so we can get that projection as close as possible.
Thank you.
Councilmember Adam?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I was happy to see how much of the budget aligned with the council priorities. Appreciate that. Homelessness was addressed, with the new liaison officer and the vehicle that we're going to have for the homeless officer as well. And it can't be overstated the impact that our fiscal sustainability priority will have with the pensions. And I know you went over that, but for the viewing public, we're going to basically refinance our pension obligation and save the taxpayer $30 million over the next 15 years, which is an incredible amount of savings. And we've established a pension rate stabilization fund. So if we get into lean times, we can draw on that to continue to keep our pensions solid. So that's huge. One of the things that the public is always looking for is street improvements. And in the last budget cycle, we were able to resurface 50 miles of streets, biggest project we've ever embarked on, thanks to a fairly generous contribution from the general fund. Now we have the budget facing us for the next 2 years, and streets will again be an issue. Do you see any shortfall there, or a potential recommendation to tap the general fund again, or will SB1 and the TDA funds be enough to sustain us?
So we're not anticipating a general fund contribution for this next 2-year budget cycle. We brought the CIP budget back in April to you, and we were anticipating, based on current revenue estimates and our needs, that we would be fully funding our street pavement program for the next 2 years.
Okay, that's good. That's very good. That's one of the high-profile things that we do in the city, and I know the residents are happy about that, and so am I. So thank you. Great report, by the way. Any more questions?
There's a couple more.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Gonna make a motion.
Let's do two more here. We have Councilmember Bill de la Peña.
I hit the motion button.
Oh, well, then we're going to go to Councilmember Jones.
Yeah, let me just say that I appreciate the report coming from CRPD. This is quite a bit a larger budget and many more items than I am familiar with right at this moment. Do we gain anything from any expansion in the industrial park, or is that's just whatever property tax we get? We don't get any sales tax, I guess, from the industrial
They do contribute sales and transaction use taxes. Definitely we receive revenue increase from that based on sales that they have throughout the city. We have business license revenue that would increase as well based on them running their business within our city, and that's based on gross receipts revenue. And then, yes, we have our property tax revenue, but really you have those employees now contributing in our economy, spending their money, buying food at restaurants, shopping in our stores.
Just adding.
Do we anticipate any growth in the industrial park in the near future?
Yes.
So just speaking to that, Councilmember Jones, we are focused quite a bit out there there's two fairly large-scale development projects that we anticipate coming online within the next few years. The Chappelle development at the end of Rancho Canero near our Municipal Services Center will bring 16 new buildings online, which we envision hopefully being very much biotech focused. And adding on to Jamie's point, a biotech industry that is burgeoning out there. They're very high wage, high value jobs. Some of them paying on average $150,000 minimum a year. And those are certainly contributors to our overall economy that helps to lift those sales tax in a community like ours that's so heavily dependent on it.
Yeah. Are you making any provision for that in your projections for the future?
No.
So any benefit from that will be...
That's correct.
A windfall?
Yeah.
Very good. We were concerned at CRPD about something called OPEB.
Other post-employment benefits?
Yeah, are you concerned about that and thinking about retirements and so forth?
So the city, years ago, the city council capped our OPEB benefits at $435 a month for retirees. So that benefit amount is capped. We do have an unfunded liability, but just like our pensions, we have been actively setting aside funding in a trust towards that unfunded liability. And we were actually the first city in the entire state of California that established the PERS Trust back in 2007.
So it sounds like you're keeping us in good shape,
yes.
Right? Okay. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Adam, you were going to make a motion, but Councilmember Bill de la Peña beat you to it. So would you like to?
Did you say so moved?
Would you like to make a motion, Councilmember?
No, we've had balanced budgets for a couple of decades now, even longer, maybe the entire time, but it is really reassuring to see that we continue to be fiscally prudent and conservative and not do anything that risks the financial stability of the city. We've been able to manage challenges effectively, and I think that the fact that we are contracting police services and we're contracting fire services through the district and so forth, and also contract for public transportation, we save money that way. And we have neighboring cities in the county which are struggling tremendously at the moment. And I'll just keep my fingers crossed that we will not meet that same fate as other cities. And so I thank you very much, you and your staff, for keeping a very close eye on our finances and the taxpayer dollars. And with that, I move staff recommendations 1 and 2.
Madam Clerk, before you prepare the vote, Mayor Pro Tem Adam, would you like to share something?
I would, thank you. You know, we've moved from a growth city to a maintenance city, so there's definitely challenges with that. Just like any city, we face infrastructure that's aging, we face fluctuating revenues, costs are always increasing, so it's a constant battle. But thanks to the city's financial strategic plan and the conservative approach that we've taken, we're winning that battle. And we're going to continue to provide the high level of services to the residents of this city that they expect. So good job, Jamie, and I will certainly vote with that motion.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh.
Let's vote.
All right, let's do it. Boom.
The motion carries 5-0.
Council, if I may, just before Mrs. Boscarino steps off the dais, I would be remiss if I didn't thank her and her team and all the executive staff that are here. Granted, tonight is just the study session, and we'll be back to you with the adoption of the budget. But Jamie has put this next 2-year budget together in the sophisticated manner in which you saw, and she's done it without a deputy in place. We hope to have an announcement on that very, very soon. Having someone, but we've been down staff, and this is amongst the best budget product that I've seen in my tenure here, so I'm very appreciative of her leadership and all the finance team and the rest of the executives.
Hear, hear.
Ditto. All right. We have no committee or commission board reports. Nothing for item 12. And item 13, follow-up reports, meeting, conferences attended by council members. Mayor Pro Tem Adam, you want to speak on the Southern California Association of Governments?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I represented the city at the Southern California Association of Governments. It was a good conference. We talked a lot about transit and housing, as you can imagine. SB 50 was a big topic of conversation. Oh, there I am riding some of the non-GHG emitting vehicles that they offered to show us, which was kind of fun. That was one of the highlights of the conference.
Use that photo for upcoming election, I think.
Yeah, maybe not.
No.
Maybe not. You know, a lot of, like I said, a lot of talk about housing. Housing should be allowed in commercial districts. Cities are over-retailed and under-housed. Builders should be represented at the table. Live where you work. And again, SB 50 with, you know, a lot of talk about that, which would severely curtail local government's decision on housing. And we talked about infrastructure and climate change and, you know, how much we could accept as cities and how much we would try to mitigate and how expensive it is to try to mitigate some of the effects of climate change. Take Broad Beach in Malibu. It used to be a broad beach, and now it's a little sliver covered with rocks. And the residents have poured millions in there trying to keep that beach alive. And we don't have a beach here, but we will have effects down the road, I'm sure. So it was a great conference. I really enjoyed it, and happy to represent the city there, and look forward to going again next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Powers?
Thank you so much, Mayor McCoy. Just a couple quick items. Wanted to remind those that may be interested that this coming up on Saturday, the 18th, this Saturday, from 10 to 1 is the Be Prepared Safety Fair that the city is hosting in conjunction with Assemblymember Jackie Irwin. It'll be on the lawn. There's going to be a whole variety of public safety agencies and other local nonprofit entities. And there's a lot of workshops that will be held up in some of our meeting rooms here. So if you're able to attend, we'd encourage you 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. this coming Saturday here at the Civic Arts Plaza. Our next regular city council meeting will be a week from tonight. So no break in weeks because of some of the travel schedules and such. But next week, 21st, we currently have special presentation on the Casca Trails Education Day writing contest winners. We have a public hearing on a municipal code amendment relating to camping ordinance. and currently a couple departmental reports. The first is a pre-screen item that was continued for 3801 Maurice Drive. If you remember, that was heard on the 26th. The applicant asked for a continuance to conduct some additional public outreach. They have done that and asked for a rehearing, so they will be heard next week. And we also have an item on our transit contract and service modifications related to transit. That is all.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. Ms. Noonan, if you'd like to announce the closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. We do have one closed session for existing litigation, Caller versus City of Thousand Oaks. It's Workers' Compensation Appeals Board, case number ADJ 109-00548, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. It is unlikely I'll have anything to report following the closed session.
Thank you, Ms. Noonan. We're adjourning tonight's City Council meeting in memory of Mike Campbell, who passed away April 16th. And Mike was a member of the city family, having worked as an employee for 37 years. In 1982, Mike, a Newbury Park High School graduate, began his career with the City of Thousand Oaks as a landscape maintenance worker. And for the past 9 years, he served as a landscape maintenance crew leader. Mike was a certified arborist with a deep passion for trees and played a key role in helping to maintain and expand the city's urban forest. Mike mentored dozens of coworkers to recognize and appreciate the importance of trees. And each year, he deeply enjoyed releasing thousands of ladybugs into the environment to help reduce the need for pesticides. Mike was an environmental steward working with city staff and community volunteers to plant hundreds of native oak trees in the community. Mike's enthusiasm, knowledge, and love for Thousand Oaks will be deeply missed by his family, many friends, and all of us here at the city. We'll miss him. So good night, everybody. Meeting adjourned.